Week of NECC play continues with Rainbow Six Siege action here. On Tuesday on Time to Light, joined alongside me is Santos for the York College Spartans taking on the Hocking College Hawks. And Santos, you've taken a look at the numbers. Tell me right off the bat, what are we looking at for this matchup?
I've got to tell you, man, they're not pretty. Hawking sitting at 2-4 on the season, but if you look at their match history, they only have one real win. The other win coming off of a forfeit. And then York College of Pennsylvania, I mean, things not much better. They still have one less game played when compared to Hawking, but still only 2 games won. And one interesting number that caught my eye, time to light, is the fact that Hawking over the last 3 weeks of play have only won 4 rounds. So really not even enough to win a map, turn things around in tonight's matchup here.
Well, if you look at our standings here in the Navigators division, you can see Hawking down at 8th at 2-4. Again, one of those matches is a forfeit victory. On the other side, York College at 2-3 with no forfeits for or against, only one or -1 round differential, looking pretty good for them if you ask me. My big point is you never want to face a team on a losing streak because everybody's always going to break their losing streak at some point, but you always want to face a team on a winning streak. And if your college is looking a little bit better, I think I may favor Hawking this week.
I think so too, but the problem is with that statement, Tom DeWitt, is that both of these teams are coming in on 3 straight losses. So, like you said, one of these teams are going to have to break that losing streak. The question is that who's it going to be? Is it going to be York? Is it going to be Hawking?
Well, let's figure out what our lineups are for York and Hocking. Taking a look at Hocking first, the unknown R6 for our observer, unknown or unnamed gamer, not unknown gamer. Jacob C324, sup__kid, T-Bone 8015, and Kid. You're gonna have to say that one.
You know what? I got you, brother. It's Kid Uchiha for the final Hawking College Hawks player. So if you're a fan of Naruto, then you're going to know exactly who that is. And if we take a look at the other roster, you're not? How are you not a fan of Naruto? That's beside the point. CyberX, Guardian Shocker, Row, Fun Size, and Mustard for the York College of Pennsylvania Spartans. Couple freshmen on this team, and then a few juniors as well. So a lot of bucks on the board here. And honestly, I'm ready to see what's going to go down between these guys.
Is that the same row that plays in T3? That's not the same row, right? It just happens to be. Row is short on Twitter.
It could be. It could be. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm going to go casually check their Twitter while we talk about the map bans. Speaking of map bans, by the way, as you can see, our 3 maps, Villa, Cafe Dostoevsky, and Clubhouse is our decider. My curious point here is Villa as the first. Fallen out of favor with a lot of people to the point where people ban it in my ranked games. What are your opinions on it?
Villa, just a lot of space to work around, right? Just so much rotation potential. If you think about the sort of way that map plays out, it's so huge. There are definitely a bunch of flank routes that you're going to have to watch out for if you're on Villa. And then, you know what? I'm going to counteract your question with a question of my own. What do you think about Cafe, sir?
Cafe's awful. I hate it. It's awful. Bad. That's actually not true. I used to heavily dislike it. It was one of the most played maps in competitive play. I didn't enjoy watching it, nor did I really enjoy playing it. But then I figured out how to play Rainbow Six Siege, and I enjoyed it a little bit more. Observing it is a little annoying, so I feel bad for Unnamed, who's running things in the background, because for some reason the far west side of the map just gets clipped for some unknown reason. But, it is what it is. Actually, I think it's the far east side. But that is what it is. Clubhouse, our third. I am a common Clubhouse enjoyer. I like seeing it every so often, but every day it gets repetitive. That's why I've liked it a little bit more recently, because teams have fallen out of favor with it.
Yep, you're going to see just how, dialed in some team strats are. Because if you think about the way that Clubhouse plays out, it's obviously one of the older maps that we have in the map pool. The way that rounds are going to go down is, you're not going to catch too much outside of the meta. Maybe you're going to catch a couple of, off-handed picks, but for the most part, the concepts stay the exact same here on Clubhouse. So just putting a little bit of attention over towards how these team seasons have been going so far, like we've been alluding to earlier, the Hocking Hawks sitting at 2-4 right now, -5 game differential, -32 round differential as well. So tough scenes for them going in right now.
Yeah, and these last 3 weeks have really been hurting them. So now, a better time than ever to pick up where they left off after the first couple of weeks. We will head into Villa as our first map. It was the selection of York, so Hocking has chosen the defensive side. I'm a fan of the defense to start off any map, especially in full competitive play, because I hate playing on attack, mainly because I'm just a Doke heavy crutch.
I mean, can you drone? Can you drone, my friend, is the question.
I'm gonna plead the fifth.
Oh,
I'm a
man.
fragging Dokkaebi crutch. Let's put it that way.
Well, if you can do work with that MK14, then you can do work with any of the operators in the game. I'll take you to droning school one of these days once we have a little bit of time. But Jackal, the first ban off the board. Speaking of information, a lot of information being taken off the board with that pick. No footprint scanning will be happening towards the course of throughout the course of this matchup. The second attacker ban is going to be Thatcher. So a little bit of a sort of older bans if we're seeing things correctly here at Thatcher ban. Not necessarily something that you see every day, but still valuable to take those EMP nades off the board.
Pretty clean attacking ban phase, if I do say so myself. Common as well. Cade off the board, again sticking with some consistency. If everything was to go towards what is normal, you'd see one of three bans here to close things out. Number one, obviously being the Mira, because it's Mira. Number two, Valkyrie, because the lack of information keeping consistent maybe for Hocking. And number three would be Solus, for the same reason as the Valkyrie. It's really up to them. Their preference is banning out the Spaniards. So the Hocking squad bans out the two Spanish operators, while York heads to Britain and Morocco.
Absolutely so. Where is the first bomb site for Hocking is the question here. It looks like they're heading up to Aviator Games, so study control going to be paramount here, 90 control as well. Just their ability to slow down York's attack and make sure that they can't get into these power positions, can't mount up and attack into that vault door where most people are going to get that plant down is going to be paramount inside of this matchup. If we look at York's attacking lineup, we're seeing an ace, we're seeing a line and a Dokkaebi as well. So really aggressive lineups to start off here for York.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
See if the
defused by
aggression will
attackers.
work out for them. On the other side, I want to take a look at Hocking, because their lineup is, for the time being, locked in. Their lineup seems a little bit more aggressive as well. They're curiously bringing a Bandit and Aviator Games, leading to the fact that they would reinforce both study walls, which is actually happening, and maybe trying to just completely negate study from their overall plan entirely. The Aruni on the board, my personal favorite defender, most likely just to play a little bit more aggressive with the MK14, allow themselves to not worry about specific avenues of attack, unless, of course, those Syria gates are taken care of, and then those trap-offs. Of course, you have the Legion and the Ella on the board. Information, a little bit of favorability in gunfights helps. Can't hurt, at least.
Definitely can't, so we'll see just how effective York's droning is, because if you're able to drone around those, Ella mines or those Legion mines as well, then they're not going to present that big of a problem to you, mainly a slight inconvenience, if anything, outside of that, but yep, we can see that York is attacking mainly towards the study side. You mentioned how these two walls are fully reinforced, so not a lot of aggression that they can have towards study to really slow them down. I'm interested to see what else they're going to be able to do here. Some droning heading in over towards Trophy as well, so I'm looking at York to sort of take map control really quickly here and sort of pin Hocking down like it is right now. Just surround them in the site and leave them with no room to rotate out.
The diverse setup also working fairly well here for York. They're not putting all their eggs in one basket. They're putting a little bit over towards this landing side. As you can see, the aggression already coming through. The rest over towards this far side. Only one of those impact EMPs landed. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get that wall open, and they won't. So pretty good start. Those impact EMPs only have 8 seconds of efficacy. You take too long, and your utility's going to be taken off the board. Hocking finding an opening kill and opening utility off the board as well. Pretty good start for the Hawks.
Turning things around, at least initially here. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining here. And back to the drone work we go. Hall of Hocking, seemingly, bundled up inside of the site, but that hasn't mattered as of just yet. And yeah, look at this setup here. Mainly everyone on site. I think Kid Uchiha is down below. No, he's actually in Vault. I stand corrected, but all of York just trying to get whatever information they can. I'm expecting those Dokkaebi calls to come out at some point as well. Maybe those Lion charges just to put a little bit of pressure down onto this Hocking defense. And so far, so good for Hocking. Just holding on to dear life. Here comes the calls. Here comes the EE1D tracker as well. And in goes York, just trying to find one of these picks, trying to find the angle, but nothing presenting itself as of just yet. But Supkid taking a little bit of damage and feeling the pressure.
A smart setup. T-Bone forced out to the open, but still wins the gunfight. It's the most important part of the engagement. A follow-up from Jacob with a Scorpion, dropping another, and Supkid from long range, unsuspectingly dropping the Mark 14, even with that lesser efficacy. It doesn't matter. Really good start from Hocking as they lose only one player in the entirety of the round. Clean finish as well. York are taken care of, and Hocking win Aviator games.
No ability from York to really get a sort of standpoint inside of that round. They were able to aggress onto the site, but Hocking gave up all of that map control basically for free. The problem is that York could do nothing with it. Really no ability to pressure any of the Hocking players. They were able to just sit inside of the site, watch their angles, make sure that they were covered, and yeah, Hocking took that round pretty dominantly. It all came down to gunfights in the end. Something that I want to see from York is just using that information a little bit more effectively, right? You brought those Dokkaebi calls, you had the EE1D as well, so maybe bring a couple of nades to the board just to put a little bit of extra pressure onto the Hawks. But Hocking with a beautiful turtle strat there will take the first round.
No roam, really, whatsoever for them. The extent of their overextension was a little bit of control towards the long hallway for the first, 8 seconds, and then they were like, well, we don't want to leave the site. Write that one down. Write that down. Write that down. York now needing to switch things up. Expecting Hocking to play a turtle strat at this point, I think should be their main goal, especially with a consistent operator lineup on the defensive side. The two main changes, obviously, we're seeing are the Maestro and the Frost. Obviously, the Lucy's different, but not that much different compared to what was that Ella. Different weapon, sure. Similar utility usage, whatever. The point here for Hocking is playing to their strengths. And if their crossfires, like we saw in the previous round, work again, I'm scared for York, because York has to use utility dumps on a consistent basis to clear them out. Now, granted, there's very little utility denial on the defensive side, the extent of it maybe being Maestro, sure, Butte, a question, but the rest, not really.
Will they be able to deal with it is the question. Already a sort of different approach to the attacking for York, taking control of the kitchen to try and get a little bit of nade pressure, I'm assuming, onto Kid Uchiha, who's playing on that bandit. If they are able to aggress onto that triple wall, they'll be able to cut off a lot of the site and leave themselves open up for a plan. I mean, 2 minutes and 15 seconds off the board, and again, York taking a lot of map control, putting a lot of pressure onto the site. Question is what they're going to be able to do with it, because if Hocking is able to continue what they did inside of that last round, they can just sit back once again and just win all of their gunfights, and they have a lot of advantageous angles to play off of.
Hocking's playing a very complex game of hide-and-go-seek, and I am all here for it. Ro, setting up a nade, this needs to be timed to near perfection considering the distance, and it isn't. About 30, 20 damage done, give or take, but not enough to write home about. T-Bone's still more than safe in this position, will back away even a little bit, but not all that much damage done to be consequential to the round. And you can see York has switched up their game plan. Going 90, again you see an outside to 90 take, but Fun Size and Mustard both got caught in frost mats. They both jumped in without droning, and they both forgot to look down.
So, already man disadvantage situation. They have one more frost mat to deal with. They're also going to have to deal with the operator herself. CyberX going down to the unknown, and suddenly we're down to what is effectively a 2v5. Ro has made his way all the way to the top, but immediately gets his head taken off. That's Supkid finding that kill, and it's all down to Guardian Shocker on the Dokkaebi to try and make something out of this round. But again, just sitting back, turtling back, working perfectly here for Hocking. Question is, will Guardian be able to make something out of this round? The flank coming in through from Kid Uchiha, Guardian Shocker had the air jab to try and cover off a little bit, but again, just biding your time as Mustard Gaiden goes down. Fun Size is caught inside of the frost mat as well. He'll go down, and we'll eventually have that confirmed 1v5. Guardian just trying to make his way into the site, burns one of the flashbangs once again, but really there is no hope inside of this round. He's just kind of wasting time here, will not even find a kill. Jacob C will pick that one up, and Hocking College, 2 rounds in a row here.
They got, what, you said 4 rounds in the last 3 weeks? They already have 2 in the first 2? Looking pretty good thus far here in week number 7. If I do say so myself, at least. Hocking, on the other side of things, or York on the other side of things, need to, I think, make up for their shortcomings earlier rather than later. Right. If they can pick up a few kills, at least create some more space for them, because in the last couple rounds, the extent of the space they've created is what Hocking has given them. Hocking is just turtled on the site. Sure, York has been playing with a decent bit of map control, but all of it was completely uncontested. They didn't gain any defender health or utility off the board off the back of it. They need to play a little bit quicker. And you can see in that 1v5, there's only 25, 30 seconds left, or technically 3v5 if you count 2 down players off frost mats. But, I mean, either way you look at it, it's not looking good for York off the bat. Hocking playing very well to start things off. I was optimistic, and I'm very happy I was optimistic. I'm very pleasantly surprised by their showing thus far.
Me too, Time, and another area of concern for York is the fact that they only have 1 kill throughout the course of these first 2 rounds. Definitely not the conversion rate that you are looking for if you are York. One of the points that I brought up inside of that last round before it went off is the fact that they need to find a way to displace some of these Hocking players. We mentioned how Hocking is sort of going for this turtle strat, if you will, just sitting on the side of the site and waiting for all of York to come to them. York need to find a way to displace some people. Maybe you do that through some vertical play and Swiss cheese the top floor and get some vertical pressure going. Maybe you do that with some grenades. Just something to displace some of these Hocking players.
Well, they got the buck. Pretty good start. Any utility there for the defensive side? I really don't see any extension whatsoever. And Hocking, they're, again, playing to their strengths. Hanging out bottom floor or on the site specifically, reinforcing what's around them, and giving away map control. They honestly do not care about the top floor. Maybe not the most advisable thing, but at this point, it's working fairly well for them. They're playing to what's already worked. The old saying is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and they are employing that to the fullest extent possible.
Question is will York finally be able to break that setup that Hocking has set up? Already pressure being found here from York, taking control of the top floor and just opening up a couple of angles to work with into the art room, but again, they're really having trouble displacing these Hocking members. Just all of them still sitting inside of the site. Not any real true pressure kind of being created. Maybe a little bit of pressure onto that Capcan, but he wants to play this aggressively. He wants to find one of these picks because, I mean, if they can get this pick onto the buck, that would mean a lot of vertical control being taken away. Granted, he's Swiss cheesing the floor right now, so a lot of time being wasted right now, but I mean, York still finding nothing. I hear a couple of nitro cells popping off, but nothing being found from them. Could be a little wasteful here from Hocking.
The 2 points that I could say York could do better on, number one, while they are Swiss cheesing the floor and opening all the sight angles from above, they need to have somebody actively watching them while they open them. Fun Size picking up that kill is a pretty good start. The other note is if you're opening up the top floor and creating some space for your team horizontally, your team has to take that as you are making it vertically. And that just was not happening, and honestly still isn't, as they've run out of that top floor pressure. There goes the EE1D. Here's a swing from the unknown with the ACS in hand, by the way, looking for a kill, but will not find it, at least not right off the bat. 50 seconds left. There's the aggression. There's the swing. But the sound cue should be there. There is not a follow-up kill. And back to a 3v3 we go.
45 seconds remains. Rowe finding one of his own. That's unknown. The ACS-12 will not sing true inside of this round. But again, Hocking still have a couple of crossfires set up for them to watch over each other. If they can find a pick here and dig this back into a 2v2, they'll find themselves in a great position to win the round, but York slowing things back down, making sure that they know the positions of these Hocking players. You can see that drone work coming in beautifully, and I have a feeling that they pencil down these Hocking players to the kitchen. The first of Hocking Hawks will fall, and it comes down to Kid Uchiha. The diffuser going down as well, and the EE1D singing true, but Uchiha able to dig himself out of one before eventually falling to the cover fire of the other York player there. So a beautiful round from York, but if you're Hocking, you're not too disappointed considering that you've taken the first 3 rounds 2-1. You're not really disappointed considering that the kitchen is probably your tertiary site.
Yeah, and especially considering how well that round went until, honestly, it just didn't. There was a real breaking point for them where you lose your Maestro, maybe a little bit of over-aggression can be measured, but overall, still a fairly good round for them. York made the adaptations required, though. They played a little bit more aggressive early on in the round, taking advantage of their real estate, rather than just taking it really quickly and then just, I don't know, sitting there for a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Hocking, on the other side, now looking to do exactly what they did in round number 1. Almost to a T, to the point where they have 4 of the 5 exact same operators. And honestly, I like it. I appreciate it. The only difference, no Bandit this time around. I think the Bandit was a pretty good pickup, if I do say so myself. It worked for Study. They basically disallowed any control on that side of the map. They decide better of it, though, so I'm curious to see how this one works for them with the switch to the 1.
Maybe those mute jammers will be placed towards the walls, but you can see they're trying to deny a lot of information as well, so maybe those mute jammers will be spread a little thin. I'm wondering how the Hocking defense is going to adjust to the fact that they don't have a bandit, because you're right. The fact is that their turtle strategy worked because they were able to limit the angles that York could create, right? They had the a Selma charges creating angles here inside of this sort of 90 hallway, but really no pressure coming in towards Study. So really, all the Hocking Hawks had to do was train their guns towards the holes that York were opening, and it worked out perfectly for them. So hopefully they're not spread too thin with the absence of a bandit here in this round.
Seems like York's going back to what they tried all the way back in round number 1. Fully droning things out. Again, I appreciate it. Doing your due diligence, cross your T's, out your I's. Do they clear out Astro, though? That's my real question. Yes, they do. Kid Uchiha has been forced out, so that information is gained here for the attacking side. And Kid Uchiha is running for the hills, or the trenches at this point, all the way down to the bottom floor rather than flexing across the top. Probably a smart decision, all things considered, especially considering where York is already on the map.
And again, we were talking about this during the pre-show, right? A lot of rotation potential. So, although the turtle strategy is one way that you can play this map, I certainly like the sort of roam setup that Hocking has put up. I say setup, it's really... Oh, wait, no, there are two. Never mind. It is more of a setup. They have Jacob and Uchiha, as you mentioned, just kind of roaming around the map, making sure that... or trying to get a flank going potentially onto the York players, but really just putting pressure and wasting time at all. If at all anything, Unknown tries to go for that same peek into the 90 hallway, will get punished this time around. Jacob falls as well, so Hocking trying to change things up on their defensive look and not finding the results here.
No, not at all. Their flexibility is costing them this time around. A 2v5 at this point. Supkid being forced out from behind the bar. The EE1D has detected them as they already move well inside of it. Out go the calls from Dokebi, ringing the phone and obviously giving away the locations already found. Supkid needs to play very fluid here. Shooting the drone, just holding their position for the time being. They cannot allow themselves to die early. And again, they're detected by that EE1D, but they're safe for the time being. The swing from both sides of the bar, just looking for a frag, and they will find it. That is unrestricted for this attacking side. They won't find an easy frag. They won't find an easy refrag. And at this point, they're not even able to get onto the site safely without the shots from across. T-Bone focuses on that drone, but is forced out of position because of it. They should be able to get this diffuser down, especially with that shot from Guardian Shocker.
Supkid trying to make his way outside of the bar, but will find the mean end of that MK14 DMR from Dokebi. A beautiful take coming in there from York. And it really came down to just Hocking. They gave up a lot of control. They tried to put up that roam game. It really, nothing came out of it. Not enough time wasted. York had plenty of time to kind of drone out the site and just play those gunfights patiently. They didn't have to rush anything. And I mean, Hocking, unfortunately for them, like I said, that roam setup didn't really work out for them, right? They tried to get a flank going. They tried to get those secondary 90 peaks going. Just none of the gunfights inside of that round really going in the favor of Hocking. So, I mean, York, we're seeing a resurgence from them. 2 rounds in a row as we head into the 5th defense here.
Defenders,
Where do they go?
bombs from being
The answer?
used by attackers.
Surprisingly, Aviator Games. I would have favored Trophy Saturate for them, maybe a little bit more of a consistent lineup for them. Again, we will see switches. The Unknown R6 goes onto the Frost again, instead of the Aruni, of which we saw in rounds number 1 and 4. T-Bone goes onto the Aruni instead of the Legion, from what we saw in rounds 1 and 4. And Supkid goes on towards the Cap Can. So a real trap-up situation for them. I appreciate it. The problem is, York has done their due diligence in droning. They've gained the early map control because honestly it's been given to them, and because of it, it's been giving them a lot more time to work with in terms of the information gaining phase of the round. So the trap ops may not work to a T. We've seen Capcans taken care of in rounds prior, most notably the Frost Mats did work for the defensive side all the way back in round number 2, but will that be a consistent factor?
You mentioned in round 2 how the Frost Mats may have been a case of lack of due diligence. We were talking about how York's drone game has been really effective so far, but they just missed the ball when it came down to those Frost Mats. I don't imagine they make that mistake once again, but I have seen crazier things inside of Rainbow Six. Some early gunfire being traded amongst the two teams, but nothing being found just yet. some of the Capcan traps already being shot out, and they haven't even had to expend any drones in order to do so. I'm liking the sort of two-pronged attack coming in from York. Once again, we're seeing the pressure coming in over towards study side. Yep, study side. Wow, I'm having trouble with English today. But they're also mounting an attack in towards Trophy. So again, Hocking, they're playing the sort of turtle strategy, and it is sort of risky. They have 4 players on site. I'm wondering where that 5th player is, because York is taking control quickly.
They will use the Impact EMPs and immediately throw out that follow-up Selma. Second Impact EMP misses onto both walls, and they just throw a Selma at it anyway. Unknown R6 swings and finds the opening kill. Early advantage to Hocking. Exactly what they need, considering their turtle strat that they're now falling back to. Not over-aggressing are the Hawks. Not a single player off of the site, unless you count Vault as off-site, which, by the way, nobody does. And York, looking not the greatest positions to start things off, I'd say, as Subkid is absolutely demolished.
Beautiful shots coming in from Rowe. And Cyberx, I'm pretty sure he'd hit a Frostmatch to find himself down for the count. So they have to dig out these players from Hocking some way, somehow. It's evened up into a 3v3, what is effectively a 3v2 now, as they're able to get the pickup onto Cyberx and Fun Size finding a kill of his own. The problem is that the Hocking defenders, what's left of them, I mean, are in some pretty defensible positions, all things considered. You have Jacob playing around the bar once again, and then you have T-Bone inside of the vault. So it's a little bit of a deja vu from what we saw that last round. Some damage being traded out onto that Twitch, but no kill found just yet. The Nitro Cell will fly through, but nobody's there to answer the phone. The diffuser's going down, though. Fun Size has found a way inside of the site. Question is are they the wiser? Peek that Nomad, you've got to take his head off. He'll go down, that's T-Bone, and suddenly it's down to Jacob here in a 1v3 situation. He'll find one, but unfortunately for him, he has to find 2 more players in order to have a chance at this diffuser. 1 player sitting behind the bar, Jacob, trying to minimize the noise that he's making right now, but he'll sprint around. He had no idea the player was behind the bar, and a sloppy defense at the end of it there, and York will take 3 rounds in a row.
Now into the last round of the half, what does Hocking do? Their previous 2 across towards Aviator Games, I'd say lackluster. Trophy Statuary seems to be the best site for them, the only site that they've had a flawless round victory on thus far. And the surprising note for them is that they will not bring the same composition that they had back when they won Trophy Statuary. Some changes are afoot, only a couple. Maestro back on the board, Jacob C back on the Malusi, I appreciate. Kid Uchiha will go to the smoke, and you'll see the SAS duo with the mute picked up just the same. The problem here for Hocking is that what they thought was working very well in the first 2 rounds hasn't worked since. They tried overextending, or extending a little bit, in round number 4, Aviator Games, after losing Kitchen Dining. That obviously didn't work. They went back to turtling, and it didn't work either. 3rd time's a charm? Maybe? Question mark?
Maybe. Maybe so. Not 100% sure. 20 seconds remaining, and a completely different site setup that we're seeing here coming in from Hocking. I mean, the same sort of concepts are coming in there. We're just missing that bandit that we saw in the last trophy defense, so I'm wondering again, where are they going to pick up for that? We're seeing that Maestro being brought to the board once again, so some information to be gained through the use of those bubble cameras. I'm wondering where they put those. A lot of information being brought to the board here from Hocking. You see the bulletproof cameras being taken on board with them as well, and then obviously the Malusi Wubs. You have those Legion mines as well. So Hocking have plenty of information to play off of. I'm just wondering what they're going to be doing with it.
All the information in the world can't win you anything unless you actually take the control that you need off your information. They will look to play that info. And the last time we saw Trophy Statuary, by the way, it was a master take. They tried it, and it didn't work overall because of those frost mats. But a lack of frost this time around. A little curious for Hocking, but if they're thinking, oh yeah, York will look for it this time around, why waste the operator selection and go something else? In this instance, the Legion again, which I appreciate. Guardian trying to clear their corners and make sure they can clear a flank, but no flank this time around, unsurprisingly enough. You can see in the right side of your screen 4 players through the X-ray, all chilling on site. I think that's going to be a consistent notion. Row, I think that nade's a little bit too far right again. It is, but this time does a lot more damage than we saw last time around. Down to 50 HP is Kid Uchiha, and will stay about that point.
Duties in place.
Again, just the same setup that we're seeing from York, right? Take control of the bottom floor, try to let the nades sing through from the bottom, at least deal a little bit of damage. But York doing well to find the first pick, and they're actually finding a lot of damage on the sub kit as well. Hocking able to answer back with one, but they find themselves in a man disadvantage situation. A minute and 25 remains, and York already pretty much have the site surrounded. Hocking have to do their best to dig themselves out of this tough situation. Letting their guns sort of ring true, just putting a little bit of pressure on York, making sure that they can't just peek these angles for free. But again, so much control being taken here from York.
Master fully in their favor. What's the plan for them now? The Maestro's still on the board, so not a free plant for them. They have to be able to take further past that, and they do, straight into Astro. A second swing is there. A reverse drop shot for Jacob doesn't work, instead dropped by Rowe, and a 1v3 just not gonna go their way. Rowe a clean double to close out the round, almost shooting his teammate, making it a triple, but it just does not come true. And York, a clean finish to the first half. They drop the first two, they figure out what was not working, they adjust, and they turn it into 4 consecutive attacking round victories.
So, my question now is, how is Hocking going to respond, right? You've lost 4 rounds in a row. Maybe you could be a little down in the dumps in terms of your mentality, but I'm hoping that you still have your, your mental fortitude about you, right? You get to start pretty much anew here, as Hocking will call that timeout. I'm assuming to, talk things out here on that offensive side, as well as maybe get a couple of things sorted out within their game. But yeah, Hocking, unfortunately for them, not a pretty end to their defensive half, right? We saw them take the first 2 rounds pretty decisively, right? York only had 1 kill throughout those first 2 rounds, but ever since then, York making the adaptations necessary, and suddenly we find ourselves in a 4-2 scoreline.
4-2 usually favors the defensive side, especially on mostly defender-sided maps. A brief statistic for you, if you're at all curious. Did you know that... I forget, actually. Hold on. I need to relook up my statistic. But this was courtesy of Peak, who I believe still runs some NECC broadcasts every so often. After the first full week of play, North America in professional esports in Tier 1 was the only attacker-sided region with a 52% attacker-favored win rate. Every other region was defender-sided, with the most defensive-sided being Asia, Oceania, and Southeast Asia, the first 2 of which being at 64%, Southeast Asia being at 70% favoring the defense.
Maybe maybe us as North Americans, like, we just do really well with aggression, right? Like, maybe we're just
Old W.exe.
Yeah, I mean, you forgot the shift key though. You got to sprint into sight, and
Why are you sprinting, Bio?
I had no idea on that day either. But nonetheless, I mean, your statistic definitely brings up a lot of validity here, right? Maybe the attacking side just has that edge inside of North American play, and maybe Hocking is going to be able to do a lot with their attacking side. It's interesting, that you bring up the other regions as well. I'm wondering, maybe what different meta changes that we have, or different metas that we have amongst the different regions, will give them that sort of edge on the defensive side. That's a really interesting percentage that you bring up there.
I love the stats, especially when it's a little bit more consistent across the board. Obviously, looking at Oceania and Southeast Asia, including South Asia, is a little bit more difficult because they have less rounds overall, considering less teams. But it's still an impactful point. Japan is also included in that conversation, for all of you curious. If you're curious at all, because, well, we have a second, as to the attacker win rates across the board in every Tier 1 region, not including Latin America, because at the time that this graphic was made, Latin America had not played any games. Europe's at 44, North America 52, Brazil 44, Japan 46, South Korea 49, Asia and Oceania both 36, Middle East and North Africa is 47%, Southeast Asia is 30%, and South Asia was 42%. So, TLDR,
my friends, go ahead.
America and South Asia, America and South Korea, alongside Middle East and North Africa, alongside Japan, are the best of the attackers.
Well, if you're wondering, that's my homie over there, the human calculator, otherwise known as Tom Delight. Always the man with the spreadsheets, and I'm just here to yell at a screen. And it's an honor that you're bringing me onto the NECC cast, but honestly, I have no mental capacity for all of the numbers that you brought. All I know is, like you said, in the TLDR, the North Americans are really good at attacking, and maybe not so much for the, Asian regions, but I mean, that could just be down, like we said, to sort of metas. We apologize for the delay, by the way. We are trying to get everybody back into the lobby and trying to get things back and popping, but time. I mean, let's sort of dial back our focus into the game here, right? We saw 6 rounds of play now. Hocking made the turtle strat work out for them throughout the first couple of rounds, but after that they were getting pretty much dismantled on the defense. So what do you want to see from their attacking side? What can we apply here? What fundamentals should we apply here to get Hocking back in the win column?
In comparison, the attacking side has to play a little bit more favorably towards information. Obviously, their defensive side had a similar notion, but more of a turtle strat. You can't turtle in the attacking side. You will not win a round from spawn unless you're playing on border from East Vehicle spawn with a Cali, and they just keep peeking you. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Hocking, at this point, I do like their lineup. The Brava on the board, maybe to counter out either the Bandit or even that Rooney, maybe the Jaeger, but really not a favorable operator to hack. The Ace to card breach, the Gridlock to lock down those flanks, understanding that York could play a little bit more of an aggressive defensive side. We haven't seen them play the defense thus far today. The Zero, again, for information, and then the Sledge for a myriad of different reasons, notably soft breach and nades. Also, a little bit of fragging, without frag grenades being included in that conversation. I like their composition. I think I like their setup thus far. It seems to be a little bit more one-dimensional than we saw from New York in the first couple rounds. But if they know what they want to do and they have a definitive way to do so, then go for it. Maybe one-dimensional is the way to go.
When you have a one-dimensional attack, your best bet is to put a lot of pressure onto the defense, knowing that they have limited members on the site. You saw the roam setup that York had. They had Row playing pretty distanced off of site. You also have this player sitting inside of 90. I think your first priority here, if you are Hocking, is to try and eliminate fun size and just create that space for you to work around, right? You will have to expect Row sort of roaming around and, expect that flank. That is the big reason as to why they brought that Gridlock, just for those track stingers to, buy yourself a little bit of space. So right now I'm looking for Hocking to, pick up the pace just a little bit here, and you can see that they're doing just that. They have study control, and they're really just trying to put a lot of pressure on these walls. They're pretty cautious, as you would, as one may say it, because you can see the sort of pressure that they have here. They're playing off of this soft wall. That is a risky position to be playing if you are unknown. There's potential for his head to be taken off at any moment. Right now, he's cutting off a lot of the site. If York try to rotate out, it could be a situation where it doesn't really work out for them. But Supkid will be taken down. So again, this Rook sitting inside of 90, holding a very crucial position. Hocking need to find a way to deal with him, and they got to do it fast.
I think Ro's going to find a follow-up kill as well. T-Bone's made a decent bit of noise, but now so has Ro. They'll look to melee out this barbed wire, try and find any information they can, but this crouch walk forward should cost them their life. Ro is actually dropped behind them. A sound cue that has not been heard, but Fun Size hears the sound cue from behind, but still cannot win the kill. The Para AR comes out on top, and at least picks up something. Ro from behind, however, does find an immediate refrag. Cyberx, aware of the study aggression, it may very well work out for him, with Guardian there for some redundancy. The problem, there's only one avenue of attack. This is where that one-dimensional push can cost you. Kid Uchiha looking to aggress, maybe through that study wall. There's information as the bandit's whereabouts, and there's the ping. There's the kill to follow up. That's exactly what Hocking needed. The problem is, now can they turn this into a round victory while equalizing the man count? They have to retrieve the diffuser, they have to get onto the site, and they still have to pass by that Aruni who's playing inside a vault. Kid Uchiha turning the attention at least, but that proximity alarm gives away the fact that Jacob is on the far side. There's a spray from in front, but timing costs him. Kid Uchiha almost finding it, but Hocking a little too slow on the draw. York endure and win 5 straight.
5 straight rounds, but there are a bunch of positives that you can take away from that round if you are Hocking, right? The gunfight in 90, you know, that could have gone either way. The Rook was just playing in a tough position to shred people out of. That 90 hallway is certainly a power position, and then they were able to, you know, they were able to get some control. Like, they were able to push out into that 90 hallway eventually. They took down that Rook, and then, you know, like we said, that one-dimensional attack, they had something going there in the beginning, right? They took over control of the brown stairs. They eventually made their way into study, and I like the information that they were playing off towards the, you know, later parts of the round, right? You saw the yellow ping there. They were able to take out, I think it was the bandit, but whoever it was behind that softball. So some positives to take away there from Hocking, but same can be said for York, right? A lot of chaos being brought in again towards that 90 hallway. Also, Row on the flank was incredibly dangerous. So yeah, a lot of positives to take over from both sides, really. But at the end of the day, it is still York with all the momentum in the world sitting at a 5-2 scoreline.
Most importantly, the round victories continually mounting at this point. A few switches, not really going to bring them all up at this point. You can see them. The alibi, I think, the most important of those. Again, leading to some York aggression. I think they want to play a little bit further forward than they did in the previous round, bringing the fight more towards Hocking rather than allowing Hocking to just walk right by him and find a couple free kills. Hocking needs to make sure they drone. With the information denial there for the defensive side, they have to basically just cross their T's, dot their I's in every aspect possible. Because Row at this point, if they do not get droned out, that's a free kill. Luckily they do. So Unknown has the information. Now they need to be able to find the kill.
Will they be able to get the pinch going onto Row? Like you said, that is the biggest question. Row flicks away at the wrong time. Kid Uchiha takes advantage of the timing and with some clean shots will take down Row. So far, so good for the Hocking attack. The drone game definitely working out for them. And now they turn their attention over towards Fun Size and eventually making their way up towards that top floor. Will they be able to sniff out Fun Size inside of that pantry is the question. But again, you've bought yourself so much space because you've taken down Row. Question is, again, will they be able to take down Fun Size? Will they be able to aggress onto the site and start putting pressure up here? They're doing so with the Osa shields, but again, Fun Size is just content to sit here.
Here's the aggression for Hocking. Zero will look to penetrate the floor and find information, but not actually seeing anything in towards Trophy itself. About half the round gone. Decent bit of control gained, most of the bottom floor notably, but still having to clear out this Mozzie. The Commando 9 does a little bit of damage, but again, nothing to really write home about. T-Bone, however, now taken care of. The 9mm C1 comes out on top of that engagement and evens out the man count. Favors now towards York College of Pennsylvania as they are picking up everything they can. Kid Uchiha looks away at the worst possible time, gets caught with timing, and is down, but not out just yet.
Will they be able to pick up Kid Uchiha, or will Fun Size be able to confirm the kill? Eventually the pickup is there, and unfortunately for Fun Size, he has to make the decision of whether or not he wants to make noise. He'll eventually find a way to get around the track stingers, just meleeing one and moving on about his day. But again, Hocking doing pretty well in this round, all things considered. They have control over at least the Astro Staircase. The question is will they be able to make their way up through it as they eventually root out Guardian Shocker from that Astro position, but Fun Size will be able to pick up a kill of his own. Subkid eventually decides that it's his time to shine, but doesn't notice the punch hole in the wall, and now it's a 3v1. The Unknown here is the last player remaining for Hocking. Has a lot of work to do, but 20 seconds to do it with, and you can hear a couple of pings coming out, so they do have a little bit of information to play off. Checks his corner, but the crossfire is there, and York is on match point.
That, my friends, is what we call a courtesy check, or a formality check, where you look at the corner, but you don't really look at the corner, you look away anyway, even if you do see somebody in that corner. I do it all the time, and I die on a consistent basis. Make sure when you clear a corner, you actually think about the corner you're clearing. Yeah. That one hurt Hocking. Not only that kill, but the flank from behind, not fully being able to deal with Fun Size ain't fun on the Mozzie. That's really what cost them the round. The flank from behind clearing out two, and inevitably the third prior with the damage done onto Kid Uchiha. And then, obviously, the kills onto the site, not being able to take the control that they were not given. Hocking now up against the ropes. They need to start pulling some Muhammad Ali level punch dodges with 4 straight attacking rounds. They need to pull a York on York.
I like the way you put that. The Muhammad Ali punch, floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee is what Hocking needs to do here to put themselves back inside of this matchup, right? And again, they've shown a bunch of positives. They had those first 2 rounds, but unfortunately the steam is all lost. But they are showing some propensity to get some kills. They're showing the propensity to get some map control. It's all become a question of what they're able to do with it. And over the course of these 6 rounds, it's very little. So I'm looking for Hocking to do a little bit more with the map control that they're able to gain, because they are able to do that pretty effectively, right? And York is kind of affording them that with only having 1 to 2 players there on the road. So again, it's just coming down to Hocking's drone work and just making sure that they're able to confirm the sort of kills that they're playing off of, right? The fact that they couldn't take down Fun Size inside of that last round did cost them dearly.
Adjustments have to be there, and they are this time around. You can see the setup. Kid Yuchiya bringing in the Capitao. I appreciate the Capitao selection. Not only the Para that you see, obviously the Brava bringing, but most importantly the Claymores that are avoiding the risk of runouts, at least as much. Ro is just chilling inside of the closet, by the way. They are called, but I don't know if their exact position is known. They do crouch, move out of the way, but they may not be fully cleared. No, I lied. Kid Yuchiya will fully drone them out. This is about the time that Ro should run away, if they want to survive, obviously. Instead, they will just play aggressive, and they'll still win the fight. The Unknown looking to play aggressive just the same, but there's the refrag from behind. Good 2-for-1 trade for York, opening things up with the Fuse and the Dokebi off the board. Most importantly, the Unknown, who's the top fragger, gone.
And the Fuse taken off the board as well, so the hockey pucks will not be coming in through the floor. So, like you said, he's the top fragger. He's also one of the more influential operators that Hocking had on the board in terms of being able to flush out these York players, and they also weren't able to take down Fun Size. So they need to find a way to confirm this kill. Once again, he was looking to aggress back onto this top floor. You can see him slowly approaching back towards this Hocking sort of setup that they have on this top floor. The question is will Fun Size be able to find a kill? Slowly making his way back up towards this top floor, but again, nothing found just yet. And Hocking actually making a lot of good work up here. They're able to make a little bit of work off the floor. They're also destroying the hatches as well, so they've got to find something here, but Fun Size is super patient.
Oh, and it's working out perfectly for them. The minor aggression immediately turning into that first kill found after, obviously, the initial engagement. Kid Yuchiya is aware of it, now looking towards the landing side, but you can see it's just Fun Size ain't fun, chilling in the front corner of bench, waiting, but not waiting long enough. Kid Yuchiya, still watching that, finds the kill across and brings it back to the 2v3. Still certainly possible here for Hocking. 30 seconds left, more than enough to get an engagement onto the site going. The problem is the low HP and the lack of utility for them. They still have all their primary utility, 2 asphyxiation darts alongside those 2 minor smoke bolts from that Capitao itself. But Kid Yuchiya meleeing open that castle barricade, not the most favorable positions. It'll have to be a very one-dimensional attack here for Hocking as they walk in through that kitchen door. They have to be able to clear out Guardian Shocker. That's significantly easier said than done, especially here with Mustard there for the redundancy. A double between them, the SMG-11 ever so poetically ending the round as it started. And York College of Pennsylvania on a 7-round streak. Don't drop a round after the first 2.
No, they won't, and yeah, it was just a dominant showing coming in from York, right? Especially Ro just finding kills at will. The risky position that he played inside of that last round was maybe more of an ego child than anything, but still, he made the most of it, and then Fun Size was also there for the redundancy like you were mentioning. But yeah, a lot of positives to take away if you are York, right? The Hocking defense started off pretty well, but unfortunately for them, just nothing really working out for them after that. Again, York was just a little tough to deal with on that Villa map there.
The flexibility worked out a lot better for York. As soon as they lose those first 2 rounds, they change their attacking style. It works out perfectly for them. They turn it into 4 straight round victories on the attacking side, and then they close it out with 3 on the defense, completing the rotation and completing Villa about as cleanly as you can, bar those first 2 round losses. They'll close things out 7-2 and go on to their own map pick of Cafe Dostoevsky up a map. We'll see if they can close it out in 2 when we return. Map 1 looking pretty clean, all things considered, for York College of Pennsylvania, as they run away with Villa after only losing the first 2 rounds, and then they stopped losing. They decided they want to finish things up and move on with their lives. So we'll move on to Cafe Dostoyevsky as our second map of play. I'm Time to Light, joined alongside me is Santos. It's the 2 and 3 Spartans taking on the 2 and 4 Hawks from Hocking College. What has to change for Hocking Hawks to change this one?
Honestly, I think they need to be a little bit more dynamic, right? The whole turtling up inside of the site on their defense isn't going to work out for you, unfortunately, outside of maybe a couple of rounds where you're able to slow down the attack and limit the amount of angles that they can have on you. And then in terms of Hawking's attack, I would like to see them try out maybe a multi-pronged approach. It is going to take a little bit of coordination, but it ultimately sets yourself up for success in the long run. So here on Cafe, I want to see a little bit more dynamic play coming in from Hocking. Just show a couple of different looks and make York have to react to you.
Well, Hawks did get the choice of map. The Spartans chose that defensive side and will look pretty good on it, especially looking back at Villa, where they did not lose a defensive round. Granted, they only played 3, but they also won 3 straight. Hocking on the other side need to pick up on the attacking side. Cafe is a pretty good map to do so, one of the more attacking favored maps in the current map pool. And if you're looking at Hocking, you need to say pick up map control and, most importantly, favor verticality, because it seemed like they wanted to, just not being able to do so as cleanly as they please.
Yep, you need to be able to do it safely is the biggest thing that I want to see if they're going to go for any sort of vertical play, because we saw a lot of instances inside of that last map on Villa where the flanks were trying to come on through, right, and York was able to land those pretty successfully time and time again. So if you're Hawking, you need to have the flank drones there. You need to make sure that you are safe inside of the positions in order for you to tear up that floor. Because like we've been mentioning, right, if you're tearing up that floor, you're setting yourself up for success, especially here on Cafe, where vertical angles can be a big difference maker inside of these rounds. But to talk a little bit about the ban phase, the Dokebi being taken off the board by Hocking and the Mira as well. York is going to opt for Jackal and Cade, so no Thatcher ban off the board, so I'm interested to see exactly what they're going to be able to pull from that. York starting on the defensive side.
The carbon copy bans from our previous map, just Thatcher out, Dokebi in, or technically Thatcher in, Dokebi out, depending on how you look at bans being in or out. It is what it is. Hocking, I think having a Thatcher will only be favorable to them on the bottom floor. Really the same case with anybody, so banning a Thatcher is really only effective for one of the 3 or 4 sites, depending on how many you play on that defensive side. They'll start on Bar Cocktail, and looking at their defensive setup, it's about what you'd standardly expect. Valkyrie on the board, so you play it for information. My favorite of Valkyrie spots, really the top floor of Cafe. The Aruni, again, for the same reasons as we saw with the previous map. And I think most importantly here is the time denial, the mute and the smoke on the board, the SAS combo, still playing as cleanly as they ever do. But on the other side, I was about to bring up the Amaru, but Subkid decided for them. Feels bad, man.
They're switching up a bunch of things, actually. Opting for the Ace instead of the Thermite, so switching out a Hard Breacher for Hard Breacher. But you are going to get your wish time. The Amaru is back on the board, so we are going to see that Gara hook at some point in the round, I would hope. And then switching out that 0 for the Osa is that final change there for Kid Uchiha. The 2 operators that stuck on the board were the Gridlocks, so those track stingers are going to help you in a pinch in terms of information about flanks. And then the Unknown, primarily there just to frag, but can do a little bit of service with some soft destruction as well. Those nades should play a factor as well for getting this player out of pixel. So they have the tools to to deal with this defense. Question is, again, will they use those tools to the best of their ability?
Again, comes down to the fragging. I like the setup for them off the start. Supkid will go back to the Amaru after originally switching to the Nomad. They will switch back. It's the old 1-2 onto a team that can't actually see that you're switching your operator.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
But it's still a different conversation. Supkid, what do they do with the Amaru here? Obviously, you could go in top windows, maybe go Whitehall, but they're currently on the north side of the map. Opening kill goes the way of Sully, as they will be subbed in and immediately find the opening kill.
Yep, Sully filling in for one of the Hocking players and immediately making his impact known. And what a player to find it on as well. You saw the Reign of Terror that Rowe went on Villa. Well, he's going to have to wait a couple of moments to get things done here on Cafe. And the biggest thing as well is that they've taken down the smoke. So all of that time waste that we talked about in the build up to this round, all of that is evaporated.
Seems like it may not be condensated after.
Really?
That's a series of water joke for all of you Liquid fans out there. Not even Team Liquid. Subkid, I believe you have to open that, or you used to. Apparently not anymore. They will just immediately repel forward and find an opening kill onto Cyber. A follow-up is there. Sarah is the return. But overall, a 3-for-1 trade favoring Hocking thus far, and Mustard just barely misses their shot as Sully will find a triple. The super sub comes through, casually finds a 3K, and Hocking win their first round since Trophy Statuary first time around on Villa.
There was a lot to unpack on that round, but beautiful play coming out there from Hocking. The kills coming in a bunch of different flurries. It all started with the pick that happened onto, I think it was Rowe on that smoke. He'll pick that smoke up again, by the way. And again, a beautiful kill to find. If the round had played out to the point where they needed to get that diffuser down, they would have been in a great position to do so. Those smoke canisters would not have played a factor. But really, Hocking just able to find kills every which way. And then allowing Supkid to Amaru their way up through the floor was costly for that York defense, all things considered. So Hocking, just beautiful pressure all the way around. And then sometimes, I mean, this is a first-person shooter when everything comes down to it. And when you click mouse one better, you're going to find results. And that result is 1-0.
Getting gooder at mouse 1 in round 1. We'll see if it works out for them throughout the rest of this map, obviously. Again, just
Brother,
to set the scene. Yes, gooder. I said it. Not sorry. Hocking is down 1 map. This is also their map selection, so I think that's the most important conversation point around this. If they're going to come back, now's the time to do so. York down a round will look to go back to Bar Cocktail. Surprisingly enough, I'm surprised they don't go to the bottom floor. And Supkid is going to play on the Amaru again. Will they go for the same Gara hook up on the Laundry rotate? honestly, I think it worked fairly well, but they seemingly want to go in towards hell.
A risky play to be sure, but using a little bit of drone work, doing a little bit of drone work, some reconnaissance, if you will, to gather information onto the Heaven player as well. Just a lot of things happening here inside of this round, but they will take control of the roof. No free pick here this time around for anyone that's playing down by the skylight, so some smarter adaptations from York. That being said, one of the more simple ones, if you all things considered, and the roam setup actually coming in from York as well. Fun Size finds his way very distance off of the site, and then they have Mustard playing in towards Pixel. So my question is what will Hocking do to sort of start rooting out these players? Well, all they got to do is fire their guns. Mustard Gang will go down. That's the Pixel player lost, and no follow-up there from the player inside of Bathroom as well. So Hocking making good control once again.
Again, a good start, and York having to play from behind, not the most favorable of positions for them to be in. I can't speak English either, apparently. They shot across, the Mark 14 down Sully, and the MPX is able to kill Sup Kid as the aggression with the Amaru does not work this time around. Nade forward, but the ADS pre-placed will take care of that fairly handedly, so no flexibility with utility that time around, and somehow Toxic Babes go through OSA shields, because, yeah.
Physics, you know, maybe it's in the air. It's something in the air. We'll put it down to that. Jacob taking a little bit of damage as well. And suddenly Hocking are down to square one again. Sully eventually able to get picked up, so they still have as many members as York to deal with, albeit with much less HP. Ro taking a little bit of damage, but still alive and kicking and sending those Toxic Babes out to slow down the Hocking attack. 40 seconds remain here, and they've got to start finding a way to really deal with these York members, and that is exactly what they'll do. The Unknown makes his way up the white stairs, unknown to the rest of the York players, and he's making perfect time here. The York players now find themselves kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Will you be able to pick up that kill? Rose peeks away at the wrong time, and Unknown takes full advantage. Now, 4v2 situation here, Hocking in favor.
Watch for the C4 from below, though. Fun Size ain't fun playing around information, and Guardian Shock are being rushed. They're still able to find that first kill. The diffuser has been dropped, and that will be communicated. Fun Size ain't fun has to run to the opposite side of the site and just does not have the time to do so. There's the ping, the diffuser being placed, but they will not be able to deny it. A C4 forward, that should still find a kill. It will find about 80 damage, but nothing lethal. All three players for Hocking below 50 HP. The aggression needs to play out here for Fun Size Ain't Fun. They don't have the utility to clear that Osa out of position, who vaults over their own Talon shield, but is still alive to tell the tale. Fun Size Ain't Fun now from behind. That shield in front of them isn't even their downfall. It's the cross held from default. The shot works out, and Hocking double up.
2 rounds in a row for Hocking, but we've been here before, haven't we, Time? They took the first 2 rounds there on Villa, and after that weren't able to find anything. So, let's see if Hocking can build on this advantage, keep taking rounds, and really show us why Cafe is their map pick. Now, York deciding, hey, we're not going to attempt the bar once more, we're going to make our way down towards the kitchen, and really no better time to do so, right? Hocking has been methodical in terms of taking on to that top floor, and yeah, unfortunately for York, just a little bit of mismanagement of time, right? You had the Valkyrie, who was supposed to be in position to throw out that Nitro Cell. Unfortunately, just a couple seconds too late and only finding damage as opposed to a kill. Meanwhile for Hocking, again, just you can see the fact that they're trying to set up these multi-pronged attacks, which is something that they weren't able to do on Villa, and the fact that they've been showing the different looks to York. York hasn't been able to respond so far.
That's a wild cam placement. I've actually never seen that before. I suppose it'll work. Nobody really clears the bottom corner of white. Somebody break these down, please. Thank you. Steal these from my rank games so I play Cafe for the 45th time this week. Hocking. Their attacking side, honestly looking pretty good thus far. They're playing forward for the real estate that they're given. They're taking more with utility, most importantly. And they're winning their gunfights. Straight up gunfights are going their way. Honestly, a little contrasting from Villa. Not the greatest in terms of gunfights back then. They've changed that. Obviously, Sully coming in also helps, considering they're going 4-0 thus far. And York on the other side are not finding an easy way to flex off of just relying on gun skill, and it's costing them. they have to play a little bit more. I'm not going to say strategic because that's just straight up not the case, but they have to play a little bit more conservative and not rely as much on their gunfights.
Strategy in the sense that they need to set up either trades for each other or crossfires that Hocking simply can't get out of, right? The conservative playstyle is that you're setting up these crossfires and ensuring that you have the wherewithal to get trades off of each other. Meanwhile, for Hocking, right, just keep doing what you're doing. Create these 1v1 gunfights because you've shown the ability to win them, and that's exactly what Unknown is looking to do here. The quick take onto the freezer for Hocking, able to get it open with only a minute wasted on the round here, and nobody from York has flipped over just yet. They're still giving a little bit of attention over towards this bakery side, and it's leaving Mustard Gang kind of alone here. Eventually the support will come in from Rowe, but he's focused on trying to get control of the top floor once again. You can see the Swiss cheesing and the fuse charges coming on through. He'll eventually find Uchiha and finds the second as well onto Unknown. So Rowe not getting cleared out properly, and that is Hocking's downfall.
Lead double, and most importantly, the flank works out this time, making sure that Hocking are both worried about that verticality and now have to focus on the flank just the same. That's what costs them. Splitting your line of sight and splitting your POV, that's what costs you. They're going to look to try and take white at this point, at least they were for a few seconds. I believe Sully's still looking for that possibility, but they still have to worry about Rowe, who's waiting on the white stairs. Hocking, at this point, still looking fairly favorable. And they have to be able to play aggressive with their trades because if they give it up, it's going to cost them.
For me, my feed is actually frozen, so
Same.
Back to you.
I am still frozen as well. We are still live,
well.
so I believe we're pushing, but we cannot see anything. So unfortunately, this is not a you thing. This is an everybody thing. We can't see anything either. Long story short, I still think that the round goes the way of York. A 5v3, low HP on one player, not having much sight control whatsoever, and not having an easy way to breach, probably going to cost them the round in that conversation. Seems like we're going to restart our observer feed. Obviously, sending a feed over the Atlantic Ocean, never the most favorable thing. Not the greatest of things to be ideal, but we'll be okay. We'll get things sorted. We'll get things back underway. I don't know if we can get word from Unnamed, our observer on this one. Did York win round 3? I'm assuming they did, but obviously Hocking's been shocking us thus far, so it's entirely possible they were just absolutely dumpstered as the walkthrough comes through.
I mean, look at you with the rhymes, though. I'm pleasantly surprised by your.
I think through and through should rhyme.
It does.
The walkthrough comes through.
It's
the same.
Yeah. Huh. You know what? You might be the next rap star of R6 casters, but I mean, we'll find something else. We'll get updates to you as soon as you can. We vehemently apologize for these technical delays, but inside of that last round, beautiful play coming in from York. We have to assume that they won the round, right? Just those 2 kills were big. Maybe something crazy happens and the site players just all kind of collapse and they're eventually able to turn their attention
Team
to
kills.
those flankers, but we'll find something. Team kills time?
Yeah, I said team kills. I mean,
I don't think
it happened earlier.
I don't think that's it.
Not in this series. I was playing ranked with Yali, and she decided to shoot Ali in the back of the head. Yali and Alios.
Why?
In all fairness, it was kind of Alios' fault. He just swung in front of her on the Chalet library double window. Not entirely her fault, but it's kind of like poo-pooed around that was already terrible for us. It was like a 3v5, and then went to a 2v5, and we were like, we'll just move on.
We'll just move on and
GR go next.
Yeah, not really much you can do. Wait, no, time. You've won a 1v5 in front of me before. Why didn't you just saddle up and do it? But
I was already dead.
Well.
Yeah, I watched it happen.
From the grave.
First person, it was great.
Oh man, you know what, Time? You're a very cerebral player, and I've always looked to you for that in terms of your play style, and then you're a very cerebral caster as well. But something that you can't do is entry, my brother.
Dude. Yeah, no, it's bad. Just shoot back forehead. Something else.
Listen, entry is a hard job, and that's something that Hocking has been able to do pretty effectively inside of those first 2 rounds. That third round, the exception to the rule, but entrying has been a strong point there for Hocking so far.
Well, let's see if it works out now for them. York, I like this decision from them. Something that you don't always see. Team loses their primary site twice. Obviously, they switch after that. At least, hopefully, they switch after that. York obviously did so. They went to Kitchen. And now they'll go to Reading Fireplace. Instead of going back to Bar Cocktail, playing a site they've now lost twice and just it did not work out for them, they will go to a site they've yet to play. Notably a tertiary bomb site for most teams. It's either Fireplace and Mining or Reading and Fireplace. I prefer Reading and Fireplace. What's your preference? Serious question. Do you have a preference between the two second floor sites?
I like reading. I like reading.
Yeah, same.
Reading dining. Yeah. Just I like the that double wall that bleeds into pillars, just because like there's so much that you can kind of do with that as far as the defensive goes, and you can kind of get aggressive on pillars, just swinging outside of that reading door. And I'm kind of I'm gonna come out and say it. Okay, I am not the most intelligent player in the world. Time you've seen that from me before. I am. You look surprised, and I can talk about the game cerebrally, but at the end of the day, I can click mouse one better than the average player. It gets me into trouble a lot, and it makes me drop a couple of Owen bombs here and there. But overall, I mean, there's just a lot of aggressiveness that you can bring onto that on that reading bomb site. So I favor that one.
That's fair. I prefer. It depends on the stack I'm playing with. Sometimes I have a team that's like insanely good at vertical, and we just go mining because it works out a little bit better. Others, not so much. So reading works a little bit better there.
Yeah.
I do not know what our current problem is. Seems like we're still having some connectivity issues. Maybe they're just not hitting their packets. It was a like missing your shots joke, but with the internet.
I don't know if that one works out as well, brother.
No,
but
it was a shot in the dark. Maybe like our connection. I'll see myself out.
I think you need to, sir. I think you need to, sir. But while we try and get things sorted out here, we're going to toss it on over to a short break. But we'll be right back with more NECC action as soon as we're able. I'm closing a Discord stream.
Third time's a charm, as the kids say. Hocking will take things through our previous 2 rounds, unfortunately not seeing. They did, believe it or not, win that 3 versus 5 in the final second, courtesy of the commentary from the observer. On the other side of things, they will now head right back into the round victory off the back of a bar cocktail win. They're 3-0 on bar cocktail. York, the only site they've won thus far, is down at the bottom floor of the kitchen service and kitchen cooking. They'll look to duplicate that victory here in the final round of the first half. Tide Light still joined alongside me at Santos. And Santos, Hocking, surprising everybody, it seems.
Yep, they've won more rounds in today's playdate than the past 3 weeks. So the fact that they're taking the fight to York is something is sort of a redemption arc that we all like to see. I'm loving the play that we're coming out and seeing here from Hocking too. Like, they've been so effective on this attacking side, right? They've shown a bunch of different looks, as we've mentioned, right? Their bar attack specifically has been brutal, as we can, surmise from the scoreline, but here we are inside of round 6 here. Will they find some attacking success on this bottom floor bomb site this time around? Because this is the only site that York has seemed to have any sort of, gumption on. And unfortunately for them, they're going to have to dealing with another red hot Hocking attack here. It's Fun Size here with the first sort of gunfight, and will lose his life to Sully Slime. That is quite the aggressiveness coming out there from Fun Size. Won't work out for him, and Hocking with a 1-person advantage.
I couldn't even see Sully's head, and I have X-ray vision. Somehow Sully saw Fun Size head. Now it is no longer connected to the rest of his body. Nice shot to open things up. There is a return, though. CyberX will return at least 1. Smokes are up. Kid Uchiha, I don't know how in the world that was not a headshot, but Ubisoft.exe has stopped working.
Man, hopefully we don't have to say that much more throughout the rest of this game, but Ro, again, doing what he does best, heading out on those flanks, and he eventually finds Sup Kid on the ace. The Thatcher has been taken away as well, so a 4v3 situation here for York. They have the man advantage inside of the situation, but they need to dig themselves out of some of these positions. You can see the sort of crossfires that Hocking have set up, and they're using them to great effect. That's Row coming down, and Hocking have all the setup in the world here necessary in order to take onto the site. They want to deal with this Valkyrie, though, that's sitting here, but they haven't dealt with CyberX. That's Sully Slime going down, and suddenly York in the man advantage.
They had all the information as to Guardian's whereabouts, all the pings in the world, but they didn't clear out CyberX in that close corner, and that's what ends up costing them that fight at least. A follow-up is there. The Unknown finds Guardian long range, but they're only on a singular point of HP. Kid Uchiha basically at that same point, considering they're rocking around the OTS. They need to be able to clear out this close corner, and they do, but CyberX is repositioned, and then does so just the same once more. The information's certainly there now for this attacking side, but with 40 seconds left, they still need to be able to find the kills. That C4 misses, but it does take down those Cuba barriers. A little bit easier for CyberX to try and take a proactive gunfight, but they still have to win the gunfight itself. The Unknown has teamed up with his teammate. The information's there, but the bandit still hasn't been cleared out of position.
And it'll be difficult for the Unknown to try and aggress onto this bandit, right? Both of them on very limited HP, but one shot and Unknown is going to go down, but he'll eventually find the kill. He has to get this diffuser down, though, and trying to bait out the peek from Mustard Gang, but he is going to have to commit to the plant at some point. Mustard Gang playing this beautifully. The pistol is out, but the pistol was just there to bait Mustard Gang. Again, that shotgun does so much damage once you have these, late round situations, and York able to hold on for dear life and take that defense there of the kitchen. That's the only bomb site that they were able to get a successful defense on, but they won't have to worry about that. They're now on the attacking side.
You say the shotgun does so much damage, especially in those late round close range engagements, but when your opponent's on 1 HP, it makes your life a little easier.
Maybe a little.
I think that was the textbook definition of 1 HP for the Unknown, by the way.
Yeah.
Surprising, just based off of their HP margins and considering that the MP7 has one of the higher fire rates in the game, that he was even able to find the first kill. Kudos to him, but good refrag and good follow-up there, certainly, for that Mustard Gang mute. Also, first 2 kills of the game for him. Just the same, first 2 rounds for York. 2-4 half, not the worst thing in the world. Again, I was talking about it, Cafe is a little bit more attacker-sided than the rest of the map pool, and it is understandable to see those 4-2 splits going towards the attackers. So this is par for the course, as all my golfing friends would say, because, you know, I golf all the time.
I am not a scratch golfer, unfortunately. I have one of the biggest handicaps in the world, and if you've ever seen me put one of my golf swings on Twitter, you know just how bad my golf swing can be. So
I just go through Twitter.
I've never claimed to be an athlete. I'm putting that out there while you're scrolling around. But to talk a little bit about your Hocking setup, excuse me, I was about to say York. It seems like they're going for a little bit of an extension here into the bathroom, which is something that you expect to see here on this top floor defense. The bathroom, one of the more defensible positions inside of the game. Actually, no, just using the bathroom as more of a rotation point, really opting to play inside of the freezer and then putting some players onto the roam. A little bit of a ratty play coming out here from Supkid, but it could work out for them if this drone work isn't as effective as it should be. But Ro, it's looking like he's going to sniff him out. Actually, no. He might have missed him, but the gunfire to take out the drone will eventually give away his position, and Ro is just going to use that Ionic clone to try and confirm that.
CyberX just face-checking for information at this point. I like the ideas from York. They aren't playing for as much info as we saw from them in the first half of Villa. I'd like to see them just, honestly, play for frags. Supkid playing very aggressive on the dock, now looking for the kill. Their whereabouts certainly known. They will be forced out of position. The EE1D nearly perfectly timed, but doesn't detect Supkid, so he will back away safely, at least for the time being. York's still in a fairly good spot, but a minute and 15 seconds gone, not a single player is inside the map. Could be better for them, other than Ro.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ro's not really in a position to do anything, so yeah, you could very well pencil this up to being 5 players just outside of the map or in, you know, positions where they can't make too much of an impact. So, like you said, they really need to start getting on that horse and putting some pressure on the Hocking defenders. It's really been a case of just ring around the rosy, and neither of these two teams really trying to give up that first pick, which would be costly. But as we hit that 1 minute and 10-second mark, I mean, if you're York, you've got to start making your way towards the site. You've got to start putting some pressure down, because right now Hocking, they're just sitting pretty. They're waiting for you to cross into those angles.
Patience is working out perfectly for Hocking. They're employing that turtle strat -1, where Supkid is just interrupting seemingly everything for the attacking side. Gemini Replicator will be taken care of, but it's still not an opening kill, honestly, for either side. It's just information to work with if you're on the York half. EE1D goes out. Now's the time to go if you're York. 40 seconds left. Very little time remaining, but the unknown is the first one to fall. The opening kill goes the way of York, as the Spartans will look to aggress. Beeper goes off. CyberX's whereabouts mostly known, at least the general vicinity of which. Supkid does make noise on this flank, though. Should be heard, but nobody's turning. Not at all. The information gained, there's a swing, but they don't clear out Cigar Shop, and it'll cost them their lives. Sully finds only 1 kill, finds a second with the SMG-11. Such a small magazine, such important shots to hit. But it's Kid Uchiha in a 1 versus 3, finds damage only on towards CyberX, and the diffuser's going down. Not a dang thing they can do about it. No impact grenades, and no shots going across. They will be dropped from hell, low HP, and they'll swing to their death. CyberX will find the kill. York will find the opening kill of that second half.
So a beautiful take coming in from York. We thought that, you know, maybe they weren't using their time as effectively, but they were just ensuring that all of the players were on Hocking, or all of the players from Hocking were up on the site, and just fish in a barrel, essentially, for those York attackers to take advantage of. And then, though, you saw the flank going in from White to start the first bit of chaos. They were also able to get a push in through Cigar. So, really a multi-pronged attack working in for York. And unfortunately, Hocking, again, it felt like a replay of Villa, almost, in terms of their turtling up onto the site and waiting for York to sort of jump into their crossfires, and eventually you've got to put a little bit of pressure back. You've got to be able to fight back and really take claim to that space that York was able to take. Otherwise, you're just sitting like fish in a barrel. And I mean, the shots were true from York, that has to be said, but unfortunately for Hocking, just the turtle shell defense not working out there.
York at this point, I appreciate their late push, and I have to say, timing worked out a little bit for them. If you see Sully find that kill across and have the ability to drop the Osa, you're probably looking at a completely different round. Subkid setting up that C4, I think that's a little bit of an overused bit of utility. Very easy to clear out if you just throw in a drone. Very easily heard as well, considering the change in depth for vertical sound, but it is what it is. They'll probably still fight the back of it, considering information is a key for the defensive side. One thing is, the Valkyrie hasn't used a single camera.
You are one of the big proponents of Valkyrie cam usage, especially on Cafe, so I'm sure that you are not liking the fact that Valkyrie still has all 3 of the cams in her pocket. Eventually, she will start throwing them out. So, yeah, I mean, are you, like, directly patching into the game? Are you, like, talking to Subkid? Because, yep, those cams are starting to fly out. Sully Slime able to pick up a kill as well. That's Mustard Gang going down, and those Talon Shields can be very influential in the later stages of the round. That's Roe also falling, so York trying to get these entrances in, and unfortunately for them, they're getting picked apart.
Dropping too early, not the greatest of positions for them. They relied on those trades in the later stages of round number 7 to really put themselves in a good spot. EE1D will go out. Now's the time to go if you're on the York side, and they will decide to do so, at least mostly, in towards mining. The problem for them will really arise if they cannot pick up a return frag fairly quickly. They cannot cleanly walk across this middle floor and rely on all that information, because Subkid is just going to chill in reading and play around those Valkyrie cameras that they've now thrown out, 2 of 3 at least. And they're going to look to try and continually throw off this attack. If York has to continually look around their backs or over their shoulders while they're trying to push the site, they can't cleanly take the fights they want to.
Bomb located by attackers.
Only 5 out of the 10 drones remaining, and I'm pretty sure a couple of those are still sitting inside of the pockets, so maybe a little bit of a wanting drone usage. That being said, they are able to sniff out Subkid inside of reading rooms, so not all is lost. You know that Hocking have all of their players pretty much on site. A little bit of pressuring happening on the white stairs just to slow down that York advance, but there goes the drones. They're trying to pencil down the exact positioning of these Hocking defenders as we reach the 45-second mark. Time. They're still on that second floor of Cafe. They need to make their way upstairs and start making something out of this round.
3v4, again, certainly possible, but time running low. Unknown playing in this washroom rotate finds damage, but damage is returned just the same. They have to play a little bit more fluid and not allow themselves to be turtled. Nice punch hole played here for Kid Uchiha, who finds the kill across through 2 bars and a door. CyberRex stood no chance with no ability to find that information. A lack of drones costing York. A nice kill from Fun Size Ain't Fun, but they will only find 1. The shots across from Guardian Shocker miss just barely, and Jacob C will shut him down. Return kill and return around here for the Hawks as they come back with a vengeance.
Come back with a vengeance. I like the way you put that, because Hocking has certainly done so, not only in the context of that round, not only in the context of the previous 2 rounds, I mean, where, you know, they lost that first defensive round and they took that one with a vengeance, but also in terms of the greater scope of the league, right? Like we mentioned earlier, in the last 3 weeks of play, things haven't been too pretty for Hocking, right? They've only won 4 rounds. Well, they've already surpassed that in this game and inside of this map even. 5 rounds to their name, and looking great here on Cafe. You can see why this was their pick as they head on over to Kitchen for their next defense.
The bottom floor they will go. They did win Bar Cocktail second time around compared to York, so York is playing from behind, at least at a bare bones situation. I still think they have a pretty good shot at this map. At least OT is more of a likelihood than them winning in regulation, because Hocking has shown many signs of life, notably on the defensive side of Villa, and more notably here on Cafe, mostly on the attacking side, but still a big conversation point. It seems like Hocking know what they want to do. Reinforcements are put down in due time, they're setting up as they please, and also taking care of a few drones. As you can see at the top left of your screen, as it's now dots, at least 1 drone's taken care of. Big one note, by the way, that I don't think a lot of people have brought up. The new way that utility is noted on the overlay, I am a very big fan of. I love it.
It's so much more detailed than it has been. If you've been watching Rainbow Six for a long time, you know that utility counter at the top of your screen used to be just numbers, and frankly, sometimes those numbers weren't exactly accurate. This is a very accurate depiction of the utility that is being brought to the board and also how they are using it. So I'm a big fan of this change as well. You can see drone usage especially, which is the biggest thing that I like about this new UI. But another thing that I like is the fact that we're getting some early gunfights. Sully Slime already inside of an engagement here in this round, and if he's able to take out this thermite, it's going to be a huge boon for Hocking. But all that is exchanged so far is just a couple of pleasantries between these two teams. Eventually, Sully will find a headshot onto CyberX. Only one bullet of HP worth to his name, but doesn't matter. So much damage done by taking that thermite off the board.
Small breeze of wind will blow him over. He's so low at this point, but the Unknown still finds a follow-up kill into Row, and that's a big fragger off the board here for York. A lot of map control here for Hocking. Basically a contrasting thought process for them from map 1 of Villa. Guardian Shocker. A shot goes over their head. We're not sure if it actually happened. Did the freeze thing happen for you again?
It did, unfortunately.
Yeah,
it did.
Freeze thing happened for me again. So we're going to try and give you an update. We do have a live feed, so I'm going to give you a radio cast as to what's going on. 2v5, now down to a 1v5. We are about 20 seconds further ahead than we were when we were live. And just like that, the round's over. Long story short, Flank from Small Bakery behind finds a double kill. The Vigil that you saw on the top floor finds 2, and Hocking are on to map point.
Flawless round coming out there from Hocking on their kitchen defense. Next round they're going to go through is the reading room or the next site that they're going to defend, is that reading room / fireplace hall. I kind of like this radio style cast. Unfortunately, you won't have that sort of context, but we're going to make the best out of this situation, TTL, for sure.
Yeah, so we're going to keep going with the radio cast. Unfortunately, the pause timer in the game has stopped, so we are not able to pause the game and get everything fixed and then get the game going again. It's actually the main reason why you missed an entire round the first time we paused things. So we'll keep the radio cast going. Hopefully we fix things in the background. If not, you basically are watching a podcast.
Yeah, man. I feel like, I've been getting into, like, sports casting and announcing in real life. Like, I did a PA for a baseball game at one point, and I'm kind of feeling that sort of enabling in my life right now. So this radio cast is, it's not necessarily everything I could have ever dreamed of, because obviously I would want all of you beautiful audience members to be able to see the game, but this is a little change of pace for sure. We'll call it that.
Yeah. Well, a almost pharmacy composition running for the defensive side. Not pharmacy as in Pharah Mercy from Overwatch. Pharmacy is in a whole lot of health. You have the Rook and the Doc both on the board. Echo on the board just the same. So 3 MP5s, just one's an MP5 SD. Then the 9x9 VSN wielding Capcan, and of course the T5 wielding Oryx on that defensive side as well. The attack brings in an Ayana, a Capitao, a Zofia, alongside the Lion Finca combo. Jacob, waiting on the white stairs. It's a rush from York, but Jacob's still trying to play forward. Instead, we'll back away all the way up the white stairs. It is a reading and fireplace defense here for Hocking as they lose that opening pick, and the Unknown on the Rook is taken care of.
Aggressive plays for an Echo, but Sully Slime able to find one kill. That's the Oryx taking out that Capitao, so that Para will no longer be a factor inside of this round. The smoke / firebolts will no longer be a factor. And we have Hocking kind of just sitting in their positions waiting for York to push on through. Team kill comes through. That's Fun Size with the Zofia taking down Mustard, but also taking down Unknown on that Rook as well. So not the most impactful kill, all things considered. That not the most impactful operator to lose if you are the defense. You still have the man advantages as well. So beautiful things happening here. And Subkid gets downed, but eventually able to pick himself back up. As you know, that Doc, very effective with those stim pistols in. Some beautiful play coming in here, albeit unfortunately you can't see it. Jacob holding aggressively, but will get taken down. That's Row to pick up that kill, and eventually it'll be Row in a 1v3 situation here time.
He's looking to clear Subkid out of hell, and does so. I don't think he's aware that somebody is above him. I believe it's Kid Uchiha on that Capcan, playing on the new balcony. Does he clear him? No. Kid Uchiha has fallen down the white stairs. Row picks up the diffuser inside of hell and throws out the Gemini replicator, trying to find any information they can. They only have 2 drones available. One of them already thrown, the other in their back pocket, so no information for them. The Capcan at this point is playing near the bomb chassis inside of Reading, while Row is playing on the Reading door towards Mezzanine. Information now playing playing once more as they will bring out the drone and find the whereabouts, certainly, of that Kapkan, but now instead look to plant the diffuser. They do not have enough HP to endure one of those 2 impact grenades from the Kapkan, but they don't have to. The swing from Row around the 90 pillar inside of Reading will find the kill, and York stay alive in the 1v3 from Row to make it a 4-6 game.
Clutch gunfights for sure from Rowe, and a beautiful clutch coming in from him will keep York alive inside of this game. 4-6 scoreline as we head into our 11th round, and back up to the bar and cocktail lounge Hocking will go. They found a lot of success onto this site when they were attacking it. They've also found, or actually they have found some limited success on this site. They defended it 2 times before in our 7th and 8th rounds, and York was able to take one of those, Hocking taking the others. So this could go 50-50, but York needs to win this if they want to stay alive in the matchup here, or on this map at least.
You talked about Bar Cocktail. Let's take a look at the defensive setup just to set the scene for you once more. Hocking will make a few notable changes. And some stays, I suppose, on the contrasting side of it. Supkid will go on to the dock once more. Sully will pick up the Oryx again. Everybody else is switched. Jacob on towards that Frost. Unknown on towards the Jaeger. And Kid Uchiha will pick up the Australian Drone Stealer. The Mozzie, for all of you unfamiliar. I like the setup for Hocking. It seems like they want to set up a little bit more of a flexible hold, more roaming than we saw in Villa, similar to that of what we saw back in round number 8 when they won Bar Cocktail on the top floor. I like the setup for them, but it has to play a little bit more dynamically, I want to say. They seem to be a little bit more stagnant in round 8, and it luckily wasn't costing them then, but it can this time, as Supkid will play the Cigar Lounge window spawn peek, but he doesn't see him! Luckily, both players stay alive. Luckily for both, unluckily for both, I suppose, as well.
It's a tough spawn peek to nail this Cigar Lounge window onto the Christmas spawn, but again, a lot of information that you can gain from that spawn peek. The aggressive play could work out for Hocking in the end, especially if they were able to pick up a kill. That would have been huge for their fortunes inside of this round. But York, all making their way up towards the roof, and I'm assuming that they're going to try and take control of Skylight and eventually, pincer onto Hocking. Hocking spread out mostly across this top floor. They do have a bottom floor presence as well to, try and get some of these no nitro cells in the board. So maybe just spreading themselves out defensively and making sure that they have some flank presence here. But Unknown taking a little bit of damage here. 2 minutes left in the round.
At this point, York's looking pretty handed. We do see the Gemini Replicator drop New Hatch, but no real information played off the back of it. There is a player sitting inside of the cigar shop, but Row themselves will actually drop onto the New Hatch and find an opening kill off the back of it. Supkid, I believe, is the one playing behind that cigar shop desk. They are prone and have gone undroned at this point. This is a real power position to play for the defensive side if they want to be able to win this round, and I don't know if it'll be fully cleared. Any sound cue that the doc gives over may be one that can be played off of here for the attacking side. A stim goes out, the doc will swing, but to their own discretion, they have to be able to clear out this position, and they do. They walk back onto the site. Row is already sitting around Shaiko and finds a free kill off the back of it. Another team kill comes through, but it's still a 3v1. Sully is left alone, will play on the new balcony, going towards Shaiko, and still is dropped because of it. Row is taken care of. A 1v2 now as the diffuser's planted inside of Cocktail.
Sully Slime trying to make his way back over towards the White Stairs hallway. Needs to pass here safely, and it looks like York are the wiser to the situation, but he might be able to find a timing kill. Eventually, Fun Size will go down. A little bit of damage traded, but nothing more. 25 seconds remains inside of the round, and CyberX finds himself inside of heaven. He only needs to waste about 12 more seconds of this, as you need a few seconds to defuse. He will eventually pick up that gunfight. Sully Slime goes for the swing. Nothing doing for him, though. And York, stay alive once again. They're 1 round away from tying us up.
Pretty good setup there for York as well. Get the diffuser down, play away from it, but still actively take a fight. Don't allow yourself to be swung. It's swing or be swung, and they swung. If that one makes any sense. Long story short, they won the round. York will still stay alive here on Cafe. 5-6 at this point, round 12 now on the board, and Hocking instead going back to Kitchen, the site of which they have won once and lost 0 times. They will head back to Bar Cocktail, of which they are 1-2 on. maybe not the most advisable of decisions, if I do say so myself.
To discuss the operator lineups as we head into the last round of regulation here, it'll be York bringing the Ayana from Ro, the Flores from CyberX, the Zofia from Funsize, the Zero from Guardian Shocker, and finally the Osa coming in from Mustard Gang. If we are talking about Hocking, you have a Frost on the board in the hands of Jacob C, the Oryx again in the hands of Sully Slime. He seems to be favoring that operator. The Unknown taking the Jaeger, a powerful fragment operator in his own right. It'll be Supkid, tasked with the late round heroics should it come to that point, with those smoke canisters, and then finally Kid Uchiha on the Aruni, using those Aruni gates to maybe work in terms of some utility dial in a pinch, but overall just some ways to limit the amount of ingress that York can make into the map.
Supkid is playing on that smoke, as you mentioned, but instead of bringing the Mossberg as is usual, instead they're bringing in the FMG-9, something you usually see when you see a Nook. Not many other operators have it, nor favor it, because the SAS operators like it a little bit better. I like the setup here for York, but the real problem point is, can they get the real estate they need? They have a decent bit of information to play off of, but I like CyberX on the Flores. I appreciate the Zofia coming through from Funsize Ain't Fun, but they need to be able to frag out with it.
That they do. Finally, you can see things. We're
Yay!
terribly sorry for the technical delay, but I hope you enjoyed the unorthodox casting style that we had to pull there. Some reinforcements might be missing here from this Hocking side, actually, as the Flores drones singing true, creating a lot of chaos inside of the site, and they're giving up a lot of space here. You can see that Hocking, for the most part, just kind of sticking here inside of this cocktail lounge. They do still have control of Pixel in the freezer, though, so maybe not all is lost. But a risky proposition there, all things considered. You allow those Flores drones to make so much damage inside of the site. They're also gathering some information as well. So, York, I'm loving the tools that they're bringing to the board here.
Information plus damage plus chaos. Maybe the greatest trio to ever grace the game of Rainbow Six Siege. Funsize Ain't Fun, aware of the possibility of the run out, will take care of the default cam, albeit about a minute and a half later than they probably should have, but we'll take care of it nonetheless. The Oryx is still occupying this top floor. They've rotated up, while Ro will rotate down, about 6 feet down to a grave.
6 feet under is Ro. Also, Supkid. That's the smoke going down, so no late round
That's a big
heroics as
pick.
we were discussing later. Huge pick coming in onto Supkid. No late round plays to be made here unless you're going to be doing it with your guns, and that's exactly what Unknown is doing. He's holding inside of Christmas alone and doing lots of bits of it. Sully Slime will find a pick of his own. The Claymore doing some work will find the refrag, and Mustard Gang actually springing into action as well. It's a 2v2 as we head into the later stages of this round. 50 seconds remain, but they don't have the diffuser in hand here, Time.
I was about to say that. They don't have the diffuser. That's currently sitting around laundry. Jacob is chilling inside of the freezer. Kid Uchiha at the top of White Stairs, both defending the diffuser in one way or another. And Guardian Shocker has no way to cleanly clear that out. But it doesn't matter. Mustard Gang still finds the kill. They have to sprint, grab the diffuser, and at least try and grab that plant. But it's still the final 20 seconds of the round, and they are not even pushing it whatsoever. They don't have to. York will go for the frag. Guardian Shocker will find it, and York will send us to overtime with 3 straight attacking round victories.
York waking up inside of this matchup, and now Hocking, you had such a big lead heading into your defensive half, but unfortunately you find yourself on an attacker-sided map. Also, you're starting the overtime rounds on the defense, so if you want to wake up, now is the perfect time to do so. Can you quell the momentum that is York right now? Your backs are against the wall, and unfortunately for Hocking, I mean, map history aside, this doesn't bode well for them. But I'm liking Hocking's odds here. They've showed me something this map.
They're showing signs of life, and a lot more of them than we've seen in the last few weeks. Obviously, we talked about it. They had 4 round victories in 3 weeks of play. They had 2 after map number 1 here today. And then, obviously, as we could see, they're now tied up at 6 apiece. Now, Hocking, I don't know how you look at this. You could say they have the favorable position on the defensive side because, Siege is notably defender-sided. But thus far, it's been 4-2 and 4-2 in favor of the attackers. Or, for all of you curious as to how much it's summed up to, it's 8-4 total, or 66% of rounds go the way of the attacking side. So if York was to play to the numbers, they should win here 8-7 after 15 rounds, but
5 seconds left.
I don't think numbers always tell the full story.
A great rapper once said, "Numbers don't lie, check the scoreboard," but like you said, Zyme, and you're a rapper yourself, by the way, so you have a little bit of validity here. The numbers don't always tell the full story. That being said, York find themselves on, at least statistics-wise, the advantageous side. Sup Kid trying to make a meal out of the top floor, and if you're not able to clear out all of these Hocking defenders, that could be very dangerous because we know how powerful a flank can be on Cafe. We've seen it time and time again on the site. But quick bakery control here from York, and they're stacking up. They're trying to get this information. It seems like they could go for a very aggressive play here. They also are intent on getting this wall open, so Hocking getting a lot of control, or Hocking giving up a lot of control, and it could be costing them as Unknown falls.
Oh, that's a big pick. That's the second fragger gone. Jacob C taken care of as well. The Bandit off the board. Sully and Sup Kid seeming the last line of defense here for the defensive side. And one of the two is not actually on the site. Sully takes almost most of their damage, or most of their health, off the board as they're playing at the bottom of Cocktail Stairs. If I'm looking at this correctly, Kid Uchiha is the only one on the site, and they have very little to do from that freezer side. Sully's playing behind the cocktail bar. Sup Kid's going to look to walk down, but they don't see him immediately. Guardian is still taken care of, so it's still a 4 versus 3. Favorable position still for York, but only barely considering the health bar of Cyber Rex.
Sup Kid needs to find a way to fight his way back down to this bottom floor, because as you see it right now, York have found their way into the site, and they're going to be able to put this diffuser down. Sully Slime finding a pick of his own. It's a 3v3 as the diffuser starts getting planted. The Nitro Cell will fly through, but not to get a kill. It's to open up an alternative line of sight. 40 seconds remain, and Fun Size has successfully put that diffuser down. So all York have to do is establish crossfires and make sure nobody can get to that diffuser. 30 seconds to go for Hawkins to try and fight their way back into the site, but Sully Slime, unfortunately for him, not all of those shots are landing. Sup Kid trying to open up a different angle of attack, but gets felled. Kid Uchiha has no other option but to try and push in and make something of this round. Sully Slime eventually not able to find a pick. Actually, I thought those shots were true, but unfortunately for Hocking, the only person's shots that were true was Rose, and they find themselves on map point. York
has seemingly put so many strings of rounds together, it's scary to see.
Right.
At this point, they are looking at 4 straight and scarily looking for more off the back of it. If they find an 8th here, series is done. Done, dusted, down the drain, Hocking are taken care of. But it's the attacking side. They won 4-2 on the attack. Luckily for York, they will go to the site of which they favored. The only site of which they have won on the defensive side thus far. They're 2-0. And the rest, it didn't look good. 0-3 on the top floor, 0-1 on Reading and Fireplace.
That being said, we know that York can defend this bottom site, so they have to be going into this round with confidence. For York's attacking side, or for York's defensive side, excuse me, I'm liking the operator lineup that they're bringing here. I like the Bandit to limit the amount of damage that the Hocking attackers can do in towards this bakery side. I'm also liking the Valkyrie just to buy yourselves that extra information. We know how much York like to play off the flanks, but that being said, for Hocking, they're bringing all the tools necessary to try and get things done. But we saw in one of the defenses that Hocking had, or in one of the defenses that we had of this bottom floor, if you lose your thermite or if you lose that ace, that is very costly. You essentially pincer yourself down to trying to attack from one end, and we know how difficult that can be inside of Siege.
Consistency always a chaotic conversation, especially when it comes to the Great Game of Rainbow Six. That is a weird castle barricade. It seems like a turtle setup minus rotations on the site itself, which I suppose could work, but the problem you may run into is being able to actually deal with some of the pressure being put on by Hocking. I appreciate the Bandit selection, especially considering the Cade being taken off the board, similar to that of Hocking in the previous round, but you have to play a little bit more passive, able to play around your Bandit batteries. If you can pick them up, put them back down, with the Thatcher taking care of them, then you're in a pretty good spot.
So the bandit tricking will be a big point of contention inside of this round. Unfortunately, it will be unsuccessful. So bandit's about as useful as his MP7, which isn't a gun that you can sleep on, right? The MP7 is absolutely disgusting, but that being said, you know, losing this amount of pressure early and then losing the unknown as well. I mean, we've seen this setup time and time again from both of the defensive sides. You place one player on that middle floor, tell him to put in some work, and put in work does Row.
Seems like the go button's about to be pressed here for Hocking. Asphyxiation bolts going to the backside of sight. Fun size ain't fun, looking to push down cocktail stairs, but they are being held. CyberX finding that kill onto Kid Uchiha means Fun size does not have to pressure, at least not just yet. Two players already felled here for Hocking with no clear avenue onto the site other than a single breach. Some information is gained, as it seems like Sully Slime wants to try and take care of that bandit. There's a shot, a pre-fire kill goes the way of the 5.5611, but they still have to clear out Guardian Shocker. Sully is dropped long range. Fun size ain't fun, actually got that kill vertically and is able to finish him off as well. A follow-up, Jacob C taking a decent bit of damage, and Sup Kid and Jacob C, the last line of defense here for Hocking, as they have to attack or they're gone.
They have to attack to save their hopes of playing onwards inside of today's play day, but that is all going away as Jacob C will be downed. Sup Kid there for the follow-up though, and he will be able to pick up his teammate. A 3v2 situation as we hit the 45-second mark of this round. But York all content on just sitting inside of the site or sitting in these extended positions to make themselves as unpredictable as possible, and you can see the setup coming in for the flank. Hocking with no choice but to push inside of the site and try to get the diffuser. Actually, they're not carrying it. They left it. They left it there. They're going to head back out, try and pick it back up with the Playmore there to deal with the flankers. Suddenly it's a 2v2, both of the teams on site. And Sup Kid, a beautifully timed kill, finds Mustard Gang. The diffuser will go down. Row unable to pull off his heroics, and we're headed to round 15 time.
All of Cafe is required. York are picked apart in the later stages. The Claymore, I think the VIP of the round. If that flank isn't taken care of, it's the freest of free kills on the planter behind the bomb chassis. Basically the easiest of angles to play around, but they're not worried about it. Claymores are visible, by the way. You can see them, just apparently not too worried about them, unfortunately, were that defensive side. York will now switch back to the attack. Again, on paper, the favored side. Thus far, it is now 10-4 on this map. But, again, numbers don't tell the full story. Hocking will head to the bottom floor. Now, by the way, for all of you curious, 1-2. Down there, as they've won at least one of those rounds.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
They're using this kitchen as their last line of defense to keep this play day alive. As they know, York was able to win out Villa, so if Hocking are unsuccessful in their defense here, then we are kissing this matchup goodbye and York will take it 2-0. But I'm liking what Hocking has brought to the board. Again, that bandit being brought to limit the amount of damage, limit the amount of hard breach that York can do. And then you have the Capkin there. York has to spend at least a little bit of time shooting out those traps, otherwise they're going to blow up and live an explosive, or, well, go through an explosive death, and nobody wants to see that. Meanwhile, for York, you can see the hard breaches being brought to the board. They also are bringing a Brava, so a little bit of a new operator action for time.
I appreciate it. I love the Bravo selection, but Para for Row, who really has just been playing Iana about as cleanly as possible. Again, I'm going to go back to the conversation, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and the Iana play for Row has been anything but broken thus far. They also do not bring a Cade. They have no impact EMPs other than on Mustard, so hopefully they can get that wall open in due time, but with only an ace on the board, it'll make their life a little bit more difficult than we saw for Hocking with that Thatcher plus Thermite.
If they can put a little bit of vertical pressure onto Jacob, they'll afford themselves the opportunity to get that wall open, but you can see the amount of attention that they're placing in towards Big Bakery here, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to, you know, rotate Jacob on over toward this big wall. I'm interested to see what position Mustard Gang is taking up as well. As we have discussed, he has those EMP grenades in pocket and is going to be a very big turning point inside of this round. They I'm not sure if he caught the shoulder there. Fun Size did. The gunfire will be traded off, but no kill as of just yet. Unknown will go down. Sully Slime able to re-peek and eventually take down Fun Size. So 1-for-1 trade as we hit the minute and 40-second mark.
Ooh, Ro long range with the Para, maybe finding that kill. Not the second time around either. Sup Kid does find it back, but Mustard Gang finds a return. The fuse play from up above may be deadly here, as you see York continually pressure in from long range. Sup Kid is down. It's down to a 2 versus 3 on a technicality. High ground seemingly favored here, as you could see, Jacob just looking to go up there. Can they find the fuse and take care of them and make sure that York cannot play vertical?
Jacob says, I'll do this myself, but it might be a matter of timing as Kid Uchiha makes his position known from inside the freezer, trying to use the barricade to his advantage, but Mustard Gang trying to put that diffuser down. If he gets that diffuser down, it is a dangerous position for Hocking to be in. As we know, Sup Kid has been down. They're essentially in a man disadvantage situation, and there goes the diffuser.
There's a sound cue.
They're picking up 2 big kills, and Kid Uchiha's alone. He has to pick up these kills if Hocking has any hope in hell of taking this round. Finds the angle onto Mustard Gang, but he also makes his position known there. 25 seconds remains, and he has to start aggressing in towards this diffuser. He's quickly running out of time. He has no intention of pushing out here of kitchen service. Eventually, he will decide to do so. The sprint sound cue should give away his position, and also
That's
York.
the
They're just not peeking, and like you said, Time, that's the round. There's no way he can get the diffuser. In time, maybe.
Wait, he got on it in time.
Chance.
They have to swing.
He gets taken down.
He barely got on that in time, by the way. If they did not swing him in time, he would have gotten the defuse. Long range, by the way, but didn't happen. York very narrowly pick up Cafe and subsequently pick up the series 2-0, but a nail-biter for them for sure. They were very close to having to play Clubhouse.
Yeah, Cafe. I mean, we talked a little bit earlier time about how we don't really like Cafe, but it has the potential to be some of the more thrilling maps that we've seen, and that was certainly one of the more interesting, one of the more fun ones that we've had, Time.
Yeah, and obviously a closer map than Villa. Obviously 2 very similar maps in terms of how often they're played and how they favor one team over another. Obviously the same in terms of map consistency, but not the case here for the 2 squads. Hocking playing on their own map selection, it worked out a lot better for them. They take Cafe, but they don't win. 8-7, of course, the victory there for York. Santos, before we move on to our final series of the day, any final thoughts from you?
Hocking, hang your heads high. You showed us a lot, especially on Cafe. Unfortunately, the statistic that you were talking about how the Cafe tends to be attacker sided, unfortunately just came true today, but you can hang your heads high with that second map performance for sure.
Well, we still have one more series. However, we have a very, very extended break between us and then. About 80 minutes. Game starts at 11 p.m. Eastern. It's currently 9:40, give or take. When we come back, it's the University of Texas Dallas Comets Green taking on St. John's University as we switch from the Navigators into the Challengers and we move from one series to another. Corbeck will be taking Santos' place. I'll stick around, call you through that one, but we're going to take a very, very long break. Go grab dinner, grab food, grab water. Most importantly, stay hydrated. We'll see you here in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC Rainbow Six Siege here on another wonderful Tuesday night. I am Corbeck. Alongside me in the casting booth is the redoubtable Time Delight. Moving on to your second game of the night, right, Time?
Yeah, first game, a bit of a banger. First map was a little slow, but second map really caught up. All 15 rounds required
There
on
you go.
Cafe. I'm hoping to see more of the
Wow.
same.
Wow, 15 rounds. Good Lord in heaven almighty. That's a lot of siege. Well, I hope you're ready for another one because it's a late night best of 3 here on the docket for you guys tonight, and it promises to be an interesting matchup. We're looking at a little bit of a bottom table clash, but those have a flavor all their own. It's the UTD Comets Green versus St. John's University. Let's go ahead and jump in here and take a look at our standings overall in the Challengers division. This is Challenger Central. Get an idea where these two teams are.
Yeah, you can see you're talking about the bottom of the table. That's about where it is. SIUE Red. Actually, my school is in between these two teams. 7th for UTD Comets Green, 9th for St. John's University. Both of them looking to snap a little bit of a losing streak for all of you curious. Not counting the Week 5 reschedule, St. John's has lost 4 straight games, and their only victory is a win over the University of Houston Premier via forfeit. On the other side of things, it is a 3 straight week losing streak, also with a University of Houston Premier win included. Neither of these teams have actually won a played game. UTT Comets with a win by a forfeit over both SIUE Red and UH Premier. On the other side, St. John's with only the win over UH Premier via forfeit.
Well, there is some good news there for them then tonight because one of them has to win a played game here. You can't both walk out with an L. So that's good news. Let's take a look at the UTD Comets Green lineup here. It's to Kill a Fiend, Earthquake, Brian BC01, Skilip, and Cherry Blossoms. They're running it out. A older roster here. Quite a few juniors and some seniors in the mix as well. So some experienced players on the docket here. But let's take a look at our other side. St. John's University.
Stoppable coming in. The Heretic, Winged Hussar, the Magic Comic, and Sun Tzu. The Art of War making an appearance here in our second match of play.
Yes, the Art of War. It was cool before business douchebags ruined it by taking it and trying to apply it to their corpo ways. But anyway, I digress. A younger roster on the deck here for St. John's. And to be honest, I actually watched them play last week, and they put in a very good performance time against Murray State Gold. The scoreline there was 0-2, but I don't think it was quite reflective of how close those matches were. And I'm excited to see them back on deck here, but let's take a look at where we'll be playing here tonight. And well, I can't say it's a particularly thrilling setup here, is it, Time?
What are you talking about? These are the most fun and least played maps in the competitive pool, he says satirically, knowing all of them either used to be or currently are one of the 3 most played maps in competitive play and the least exciting, considering they are the most seen. Yeah, it's one of those days. We do have Oregon Clubhouse Cafe Dostoevsky. We have already seen Cafe, and honestly, it was a bit of a banger, so I'm not too upset about seeing Cafe again. However, Oregon, I have played that 3 times already today. I'm interested to see how the teams can bring a new bit of strats to the play itself.
Always interesting to see how teams play the old classics, right? That's always a good bit of fun. So maybe they'll apply the principles of the art of war. You never know.
Oh, sure.
The greatest battle is the greatest art is winning without fighting. So I think we're already past that point. The ship has sailed, so we'll have to revert to the other arts of conflict there instead. I mean, I don't think there's a lot we can really add to the discussion about maps like Oregon. It's just it is what it is, right? Everybody knows the map, everybody knows how to play it. We'll get to the map bands here, seeing if there's anything kind of interesting to happen. We have seen, some stuff come out of the map bans that is occasionally a little bit curious, but that's a product perhaps of these lower table matchups and people who target operator bans. Again, that one's not Jackal, pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, we in our first match had Jackal, Thatcher, Cade, and Mira in first map, and then Jackal, Dokebi, Cade, and Mira in the second. This time, Flores is subbed in instead of the Thatcher, so Thatcher will see play, or at least is available for play here on Oregon. And the UTD Green, their second defensive or their second ban is actually a Solus. I appreciate the Solus ban. I both love Solus and understand why people hate Solus, so respect.
Solus is a incredibly strong operator when used correctly, and so if you think that you're running into a team that might know what to do with her, it's not a bad idea, honestly, to take her out of the pool. Definitely makes your life as an attacker a little bit easier as well, I would say. I think the most impressive thing about Solus has just been the constant ability of Solus to hunt drones. She's so effective at drone hunting. I mean, it is really genuinely ridiculous. I feel like she's probably the anti-drone operator right now, more so than, say, Mozzie or even Mute for that matter.
Yeah, especially with the information you can gain. I think Mozzie and Mute are more passive drone hunters than otherwise, and Mute serves multiple purposes. Mozzie, maybe not so much the case. Solus, I think, is more of a more dynamic operator than those two combined, but still appreciated in her own right. Appreciative, by the way, am I towards Earthquake, who told us that Skelly P is pronounced skeleton, like Skelly. I don't know.
Okay.
Because I feel like Skelly has their name mispronounced. So, shout out Earthquake.
Sure. Skelly P it is. It does look like Skellip, though, and I think it's like there's two pronunciations on her sheet. Oh, I don't know. Names are hard. Names are hard. I don't know what else to say at the end of the day. But it will be Skelly P from here on in, and we'll see what Skelly P can do, by the way, on that Thermite. So playing the support sort of hard breacher role. Not a ton to comment on here on the side of the defenders. A pretty standard defensive setup, going for the double projectile denial. So thinking about projectiles quite a bit right here. Meanwhile, on the side of UTD Green, I'd say a fairly interesting little setup. I like that they've added kind of the gridlock in here. An operator you don't see played a whole heck of a lot. I'd say if I had to worry about any one aspect of this attacking roster, I'm just not sure what they bring in terms of anti-roamer capability here, Time. There's nobody in this that I would say is particularly good at closing or hunting down roamers. You know, obviously rotates can be shut down by gridlock, but it's a sort of short-term solution to a long-term problem.
So what you start doing here, looking to play vertically. I was about to talk about the Maverick deciding a little bit more towards the attic side. They're seen. Luckily, they are not taken out. Instead of creating your normal Maverick square, they're looking to instead Maverick trick the wall and allow it to be opened up fairly easily from behind. That's exactly what happens. You can hear that reinforcement fall off as it is no longer viable. EMPs go through. The Mute and the Cade Claw are both taken care of. So two different avenues of attack now set up for UTD Green. They're playing about what is the normal attacking setup here for the top floor.
Yeah, very clean breach, honestly, all things considered. They've done a good job here in getting this open and putting the double pressure on. And now really it's up to UTD Green to take advantage of what they've done. And there they go. Skelly P, we were saying the name. We got it right. The Magic Comet down first. That'll be the Wamai out of contention. I think probably challenging that master bedroom closet breach to his detriment there. And Skelly P is actually going to back up just a little bit. More movement to be had here from UTD. They've got a little bit of time to work with, and that was an unfortunate shot right there from the Heretic, doing what all good Heretics do and tearing down the system. In that case, tearing down the ADS system. Might actually want that back. Long Nitro Cell throw, but alas, no joy on that either. Winding down to about 45 seconds left in the round.
Here's the aggression coming through. Nice flash over the top. Wing Qsar is forced back. There is no line of sight into attic from the trophy side, so Wing Qsar is safe for the time being. The Heretic swing does not actually turn into a kill, but instead just damage, of which is capitalized upon from behind. Sun Tzu turns the art of war into the art of gunfire, and turns that into what can be a retainable round here for St. John's. But it's Unstoppable who needs to be just that if they want to win this round. The rotate in through attic. They are not heard. Their whereabouts certainly not known, but Brian, the 90-degree swing, not even looking that direction, still able to find the kill and still able to give UTD that first round.
Good reflexes on the sledge. waiting, quick turn. I mean, it was a valiant effort right there at the end by Unstoppable, and unfortunately, the crosshairs just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Nothing much more that really can be said about it. Honestly, at the end of the day, time, you hate to see it, but it is what it is. So we'll go ahead and move on now to round number 2. So a successful attack there from UTD Green. I'll be honest, they did everything that they needed to, and they did it all kind of the right way. Appreciate St. John's rotating up the bomb site, though, not forcing themselves to go back upstairs again and try it just one more time. They'll take it to the other kind of primary bomb site, such as it were, and give a run on basement. Tools in place for a potential elbow swing if they want. Not having the Flores means you don't have to worry about kind of muting this up here, so Heretic can comfortably play that position in lack of fear of Roteros. We'll see what they do with the rest of the kit here. Always interesting, too, to see a Warden in play. I never quite know exactly what Warden is going to bring to this setup, unless, of course, you just assume that there's going to be a Yang on the other side, or you assume that they're going to flash dump you, but we'll see. I'd probably see him in a roaming role if I had to guess.
Yeah. UTG Green making a lot of attacking switches. You can see all the attacker repicks. There are 4 attacker repicks, and in total, of the 10 operators played in the previous round, only 3 are played again. Brian will go back to the Sledge, Sun Tzu back on the Jaeger, and the Heretic back onto the Smoke. Everybody else has either switched roles, switched operators, or both. Most notably, I think, in this conversation is Cherry Blossom going from the Thatcher on towards that Zofia. They are favoring a little bit more of horizontal play, minus the Hibana for hatches on the UTD Green side, whereas St. John's are favoring more towards time denial, notably with the Goyo on the board alongside this.
Indeed, yeah, and we'll see what they can kind of do with this setup. Like I said, it is sort of the Warden who's the initial point of contact right here, playing a couple of rounds of Peaksy right there with Cherry Blossoms before falling back to kill a Fiend there, getting some shots as well, but nothing they shouldn't be able to overcome at this stage. No, it's Earthquake, actually, who goes down early on. It's a team kill.
I think I know why. I'm pretty sure Earthquake had illegal skins. That's the only reason I see Brian shooting Earthquake there, because nobody was even in the general vicinity, and it was a lot of body shots. So that's what I'm going to go with. Not entirely Brian's fault. Actually, Earthquake's fault that they kind of got shot. You could say it was more of a fault line.
Oh, I get it. Earthquake joke. Ha! I'm not giving you anything for that one. I know I'm supposed to support your humor as your co-caster, and everything that comes out of your mouth should be like stand-up gold, but I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chief. Not a good one. Not strong.
Earthquake said to make an earthquake pun, so I did.
Oh, okay. So you're playing to the fans. I get it. I get it. That's fair. That's fair. You gotta appeal to the crowd. It's all Gucci. Let's see here what To Kill a Fiend can do. Can they play to the crowd here and potentially get us a 4K? A couple of shots there from the 5.56. No joy on any of that. 23 rounds left in the mag. Swings it slow and wide, and there's no joy to be had at all. Magic Comic with those good long-range shots from the Vector right there will put the Osa out of commission. And that will move us on to our first St. John's win and probably a trip back upstairs.
Pretty good start for St. John's, all things considered. That first round, not the greatest, but they did make the flexibility they needed to, or the changes that they needed to. They understood what they wanted to do, and a little bit of help from Earthquake not actually being allowed to play the round. If I'm correct in my previous assumption, by the way, Earthquake will not play Nomad for the rest of this game, unless for some reason there's a pause, they leave, and then randomly return because of the aforementioned possible illegal skins. We'll move on from the conversation, though, as St. John's will go back to the top floor instead of going to meeting. I do like this decision. Meeting isn't the easiest of sites, but if they lose here again, I'd suggest going to the first floor.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment, but I mean, it's the wise decision here to go back up and try it again. You know what you did wrong last time. You can make your corrective plays here. Interesting to see Unstoppable out on the Vigil. Never a bad operator per se. I just think one that we don't necessarily see super duper often in these setups, but strong in their way. And if you can play the Vigil right here, you can certainly get an excessive amount of value off them. I'm curious to see whether or not Unstoppable is going to fall prey to the temptation of like a spawn peek. It certainly looked like they were thinking about it, given the area they were in. But no, I don't think so. I think discretion may be the better part of valor right here. We'll find it. Oh, yeah, little attempt. Not going to get anyone like that. Unstoppable will retreat to the basement and plot his next move.
Like, just playing for another day, or saving that flank for a rainy day at this point. Not having to over-aggress in any conversation, and I'm pretty sure UTD Green is going to go for a similar take, that being the split between Master and across towards Attic. Brian already here would indicate that being the case. The mute on the board rather than the Cade we saw in the prior round, and Unstoppable obviously making that switch. This would now about be the time for Unstoppable to try and flank, minus, of course, the flank watch that's being held from behind. But you still have to find something with that Vigil, considering how far off-site you are and the lack of utility you actually bring.
Well, it's already gone a little bit badly here, because To Kill a Fiend has gotten caught, and then Brian, wow, delivers Mercy. The cold, cold hand of Mercy. A lifetime living in the cold, tortured highlands of Scotland has left Sledge without a shred of mercy in his body, or perhaps with too much mercy. He realizes that the only thing to be done in that situation was to put him down and never run the races again.
Kill.
Skelly P out of it as well. Unstoppable hunting now on the low ground, and that might actually signal the end here of UTD's chances. It isn't over just yet. They've still got some pieces to play with. Earthquake, Brian, Cherry Blossoms all in it, but you hate to have lost your Thermi and your Maverick, both of your hard-breaching options this early on in the round. And here comes Brian, I don't know, the betrayer, into another position here to see if he can get anything off Big Window.
Yeah, Brian would still be playing around Attic if the full Maverick trick was completed, but it wasn't. So instead they have to pick a different avenue of attack, and they don't want to join the rest of their team. They don't want to make it a very one-dimensional take, so instead they will go over towards that aforementioned big window. The problem is it still seems very one-dimensional. A significant lack of utility available. All that's left are track stingers, an EMP, and a single Claymore. And that's all she wrote for the UTD Green attack, barring their weaponry. They need to be able to get in, and they just do not have the weaponry to create the space they need.
They've got a little bit of time to play with. 30 seconds on the clock here. Heretic stacked up, waiting ever so patiently. The EMP grenade denying them the use of their reflex sight. Cherry Blossom firing and hiding. What else are you going to do? Earthquake wants to step up and try to get in a little shake of their own. Not going to happen. Cherry Blossom pasted by Sun Tzu, and there's Winged Hussar to jump in on the backside. Now just Brian, who smashes the barbed wire, gets one, gets another, tried, but it's Unstoppable, who's been lurking downstairs the entire time. Comes back around and finishes it off. So another defensive win there for St. John's.
A clean setup for St. John's. They basically just played a complex game of whack-a-mole towards the main breach, where you swing from one angle, then somebody else swings from a different angle while you hide, and then rinse and repeat a few times over till you find a couple kills. That's exactly what they did. A valiant effort from Brian to go up White Stairs, but obviously those 2 kills fairly inconsequential, especially with the flank, the diffuser not being in their hand, and still some site presence being there. Very well prepared from St. John's, and understanding where they were. Dropping the Maverick before the Maverick trick was completed, dropping the Thermite post so they didn't have to worry about Attic anymore, and focusing most of their utility and focus over towards that main breach. You find a free couple kills on the back of it, and subsequently round victory.
Quickly, the round victory, and that round victory means that we're going downstairs to the first floor here now. Setting up for a meeting room kitchen. And I must ask, Time, where do you come down on one of the perennial, age-old, since men were writing on cave walls about mammoths and stuff, where do you come down on this argument about which of these 2 first-floor bomb sites is better?
I'm going to say it's dead even, but my personal preference is meeting because I suck at holding shower. If you have a team that can hold shower very well, meeting is not the site to go. Kitchen dining, rather, your option. But if you do not have the best of shower holds, you don't want to focus over towards small tower, meeting kitchen's probably your better option. You can play a little bit more vertically towards attic versus not being able to play vertically nearly at all towards dining. Obviously, most of it being hard / outside on the top floor, not helpful by any means. So that's my stance. I'd say St. John's, especially with their current composition, Meeting is the better option.
I would say that's a fair shake. It's the sage answer, the kind of sage answer I would expect right there, and I agree. I don't think that it's necessarily the easiest bomb site to hold right on the far side. Especially if you don't feel comfortable in terms of your coordination, and I think to a certain extent, St. John's feels like they probably still have some kinks they want to work out. So not a bad choice to go back over to meeting. And here we are on the top floor again, and To Kill a Fiend brave enough to turn their back once more on Brian, just in case. They've got a Wamai waiting for him, and he's going to let him know that he's hiding behind a shield with an AUG. Actually got Unstoppable backing him up as well, so 2 bodies on here to try and prevent this attic take. And, well, it makes sense. You got to hold this high ground. Can't just give it away for free. Brian's got frag grenades, I think, to still play with here in the tank. Yeah, both of them on board, and I'm assuming there's some magnets around here somewhere. That said, I think Magic Comic just used one, so he's got a little bit of protection for a fallback here, potentially.
They just burned all the magnets, I believe. Magic Comic is forced out. The nade thrown through. Now, one more magnet was indeed available. That catches the nade out and does not blow up the shield. I'm not sure if they throw in another. They do indeed. It lands and it takes care of the shield, but more than enough time to back away. They do look to aggress. Sledge pushing forward there is taken care of. Good pickup by the Magic Comic, who's still looking to aggress over towards the window where To Kill a Fiend currently sits, but there's no more aggression from St. John's. They're measuring their over-aggression and still being able to find those kills, while the rest of the team seems to go over towards this kitchen side.
Well, there you go. 40-ish, 45-ish seconds on the clock, and To Kill a Fiend is down. The AUG claims one. The Heretic claiming another right there. Earthquake is up inside of Dining, but not a lot to go with at the moment. Cherry Blossom in a similar yet not great position. And here's Heretics. Speaking of position, cheeky little floor hole right there. A true battle of verticality. At the end, Heretic does go down. Indeed, it was a very nice shot. Cherry Blossom forced to whip out the old sidearm there. It avails them not as well. The SMG sidearm a little bit stronger. Can't finish it off on Earthquake, though. Earthquake, 11 seconds left in the round. Gonna run onto the kitchen bomb site. Let's see what they got cooking. They got one. And unfortunately, no other target will present itself. And with no diffuser, this is where the round will end. So another defensive round win there for St. John's, stacking them up over time.
Earthquake had to make the run back to the market to grab the diffuser before trying to cook anything in the kitchen. And UTD Green cost them a little bit off the back of it. St. John's complete the rotation. They go bottom floor, top, and then meeting kitchen. They will go back to the bottom floor with a carbon copy of their round 2 composition. Again, I'm very appreciative of the Warden. At this point, honestly, unless you're only bringing the Warden for the 1.5, I'd suggest a Valkyrie, especially considering there's been a lack of flash/smoke utility from the attacking side. But if you are playing for the 1.5, then, you do you, go frag out.
Yeah, that actually is the thing that I have been, I wanted to miss. I wanted to mention. I didn't want to miss it. They should probably be using a Valkyrie. Honestly, Valkyrie's such a strong defensive operator, but that being said, Valkyrie is one of those ops time where I feel like she's banned so much that it is weird to actually have her in a game where you can play with her. You know what I mean? You're almost like, oh, do we even do this? We've never used a Valkyrie before because we just always assume she's not going to be available. But I would agree 100%. It would be a strong op for them to have in their corner here, and I think would provide them with sort of some much needed intel, especially on the kind of downtimes in rounds. We're seeing some moments here where UTT Green is sort of hesitating or trying to kind of figure things out, holding up in certain positions. And that's where black eye cameras and cheeky spots shine, right? Because they give you a good idea of what your opponent's spread is and where they're planning on going.
Information seemingly lacking for the defensive side. They have no extra information gaining operators unless you count Malusi in that conversation, which I'd suppose that could be the case. More a warning system than information gathering, but I suppose 2 Ps, same pod. UTD Green, other side of that same conversation, the extent of theirs is really just the Nomad. Everybody else more for fragging, no information gaining other than obviously the drones that they have on the board. They don't have a definitive plan, at least not as of this point. Nobody's going towards dirt, maybe a main slash blue stairs take, but Unstoppable, now walking through Z, may be able to find the perfect timing. No, swings a little bit too early, is not able to find the kill into the Zofia.
Information is victory time. Never forget it. I actually think that might be somewhere in Sun Tzu's Art of War. I don't know. It's been a while. But information is victory. It's how you win. And people sometimes forget that that applies to Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, these tools exist for a reason. And speaking of a situation where information would be victory, right here for both sides in this situation, information would be incredibly useful. And I actually saw a drone of UTD Green lining up right there. And here it comes, just giving him an idea of what to expect. And that's why you see Osa leading the way to kill a fiend there, setting up the Talon shield and preparing to hold on that sight line. But a slow overall push here, I would say, from the side of UTD Green. The caution pays off, though, because Wing to Star gets pasted for a small portion, or a large portion, I should say, of Earthquake's health. But Unstoppable, the next roadblock here for him, time, and one that they're not able to get rid of particularly easily.
No, just falling back down Freezer Stairs, not over-aggressing at this point. I, again, appreciate the measured aggression from St. John's. They don't want to take fights that they either do not need to take or have an obvious disadvantage in, so instead you can see them continuously just backing away and playing for another time. Cherry Blossom prepping on the side to kill a fiend. It does seem to be a dual-pronged attack, maybe even a third add to the Poseidon's Trident, as they'll look to drop the meeting hatch, go down the back stairs, and look to push Freezer all in about the same 30 seconds as they finally start their push forward.
Now the old bashing of the barbed wire there, trying to open up some different avenues. There's a stun coming in from the lifeline, and here's the push. Skelly P finds one. Brian down the other direction. Unstoppable on a sliver of a health right now. A stiff breeze would knock him over, but he's capable of handling his sidearm still. Cherry Blossoms quickly evening it back up right now. That just leaves the Magic Comic and the Heretic here to fight this one out. Good swing from the Magic Comic. He picks up two. Earthquake pushing in. The last one left alive, and another defensive round win from St. John's right there. This poor Osa goes tumbling across the screen.
St. John's again holding for time, and it works out perfectly for them. The diffuser not as much of a factor in that round, but they still needed to find a place to get it down. They only had one avenue of attack. They couldn't open up that freezer wall, and because of it, really funneled into a single point of contention, of which St. John's had more than enough to pressure it down. Also, some pretty clean shots across, if I do say so myself, courtesy of the Magic Comic. You were talking about it, by the way, the information is victory statement. Ironically enough, it is not from Sun Tzu, but it is from another kind of person with a similar name on their team, the Heretic. It's from, quote, the Horus Heresy. Information.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Information is victory. There's your lesson for the night, viewers. Information is victory. Go forth. Drone things. Actually, I don't know that I'm allowed to tell you to drone things. That could get us in trouble. My views are not that of the NECC. I don't know where the NEC stands on the incorporation of drones into the world of modern warfare. But here on round 6, there is at least one drone denial operator in play, and that is Mute, who, as you pointed out when they were up here previously, they seem comfortable with slotting out the Kaid and slotting the Mute in instead. I actually think that's an interesting choice, time, because, you know, there used to be a day, right, where Mute was a genuinely quite strong hard breach denial operator. Not really the case anymore, but I'm trying to figure out exactly why they're making that choice, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, it's always a situationally based dependent conversation, but if I'm to be honest with you, I think UTD Green would apply a little bit more there. I'm trying to... I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I don't know.
That's fair. I would say that it probably has something to do with the overall util that Wing to Sar brings on the Mute, and just sort of the acceptance, right, that the Maverick is going to open up the wall with the Electro Claw no matter what, right? That would be my guess, I guess, as to why they're making that choice.
That would make more sense, but the conversation about consistency for UTD Green is, does it hurt them more than it helps them? Because it seems like trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, as our great friend and Canadian comrade Binks likes to say, is indeed the definition of insanity. But does it work for them if they can figure out a way to flex their own operator lineup to what can be a round victory?
That's fair. Well, Skelly P holding the long angle there, hoping someone steps into the sight line. Oh no! To Kill a Fiend gets absolutely splashed by Wing Tassar and the close-up punchy of the attic. And here comes Brian. Good pre-fire right there by Brian, finally killing someone of the other team. Cherry Blossom stepping up and getting a kill in there as well. Well done. And that, I think, should allow them to open up the closet wall. Unfortunately, Brian's success short-lived, taking down by Magic Comic, who's just been on fire these last 2 rounds and a real threat here. And Magic Comic's going to go ahead and light another one up. Catches Cherry Blossoms wide. Magic Comic gets one more. It's Skelly P. And that leaves everything here on the shoulders of poor Earthquake on this gridlock. And, well, the future does not look bright here. For our intrepid Gritty. No matter how many of those track stingers you throw out there, I don't think you're going to bait anyone onto them.
They're literally hitting the Gritty on the Oregon.
Oh my god. I'm too old
I'm not
for
sorry
it.
for that one.
You don't need to
such
be.
a stupid one.
There, the Gritty just got hit.
They are literally hitting the Gritty with the SMG-11.
Oh, gosh. You hate to see it. You hate to hear it, honestly. If we're being honest with ourselves. But anyway. There's the end of round 6 and a very strong defensive half right there. Time from St. John's. 1-5. Got to be happy with that.
Sorry, I had to collect myself.
It's okay.
St. John's. Oh no, Unnamed doesn't get it. Oh no. I'll send you the video after the game ends. Anyway. St. John's, I think the flexibility for them worked out a lot better. UTD picked up round 1, and then St. John's went downstairs and then proceeded to not lose a round off the back of it. After learning that UTD Green would look for more multi-dimensional takes, it worked a lot better for them on the defensive side to set up for those multi-dimensional takes. They were a little bit more spread out, able to flex towards that pressure from multiple sides all at the same time, and obviously turn it into 5 straight round victories.
Yeah, it's it's very good from them. I'll be honest. Compared to their performance last week, really on a heater. And credit where credit is due, because it's Magic Comic is sitting on a 9-1 right now on the back of that defensive half, which is very impressive in terms of overall kills. Now, I will say, last week when I was watching them here, St. John's did good on the defense. That was definitely where they felt most comfortable. Their attacks not so hot. So hopefully we're not going to see a situation here with them where UTD Green, well, I guess actually maybe hopefully if you're a UTD Green fan, you're going to see a situation where they kind of run it back here on the defense. And I think that kind of was the theme of St. John's last week. So one that they are probably a little bit wary about.
They seem to be a little more comfortable on the defensive side, knowing exactly what they want to do and how they want to set up around it. I think the same conversation really comes through when you see St. John's set up with the Maverick similar to that of what UTD Green was doing. They're creating more head holes, but Wing Chus are a little less careful than we saw on the UTD Green side. Maybe they need to be a little bit more careful on that attic wall. Could cost them their life more than it opens up an avenue of attack, but Skelly P, very lucky to be alive. Luckily for them, they're Doc, so they are right back up to full HP.
It's the magic of modern medicine. Unfortunately, Skelly P, physician, heal thyself. He can't do it. He doesn't have any stim pistol shots for himself when he's getting gunned down. That's an unfortunate aspect indeed right there. Sun Tzu firing out. Attempted electrical on Trick, but the second EMP grenade is going to render that mute. And there is the big old exothermic going off. Cherry Blossom holding tight here, shotgun in hand, waiting for anyone to step in through those 2 breaches. And that is also going to precipitate Earthquake coming back to roost here. See if they can do something different up there. Watch out for that breach, Earthquake, going wide on that. Need to be a little bit careful of where people are handling angles. Unstoppable stepping up into Trophy. And here's the shotgun over the head.
Oh my.
Betrayed The Mossberg. Oh, they didn't expect the crowd. She hit him with it. And Cherry Blossoms is down as Unstoppable picks up 2 kills right there. Heretic finishes off Cherry Blossoms. It's a quad kill for Heretic, and then Winged Hussar jumping in at the end for a flawless round time. And very well executed by St. John's.
Stolen ace. Stolen ace. That's all I have to say. Heretic had their ace stolen. They were still very much alive and had the pistol available. You gotta feel bad, but still a very good flawless round and a clean quad kill there. And good awareness as well there for St. John's. You could see the flank being set up by Brian. Originally, it was Heretic holding the flank on the meeting stairs, all the way on the other side of the map, waiting for Brian to walk up. But instead, Brian decided to go up Arsenal stairs instead, and died in that same conversation, or Armory stairs, and then died the exact same way on the flank, not really aware that somebody could be swinging them. The information more than there for St. John's, and UTD Green will have to face 5 straight map points if they want to send this one to OT.
Look, it's not that it's never been done. It's just hard to do, right? Like, let's be honest with ourselves. I'd be very surprised if they were able to run this one back for 5 straight rounds. It's just not been their map. And, you know, take of that what you will, right? St. John's has very much shown up quite well here to play. And I don't feel that UTD has necessarily matched the tempo. And it does get to a point on a map like this where you're like, okay, things have not gone well for us. At what point in time do you just kind of accept the inevitable and prepare yourself for map number 2 and hope you come back stronger in the second half?
UTD Green's second half has to be nearly flawless. They basically have to do what St. John's did to them in the first half, which was lose the first round and then win out, just to put themselves in a 5-1 halftime split. Top floor already losing Brian, as they were forced down to the bottom floor. It was communicated to the other side of their push. Unstoppable is just that, as they are 10-4. All you mathematicians out there, that's a 2.5 KD in a full comp match.
Yeah, it sure is. Unstoppable has been one of the movers and shakers here. Honestly, the entire side of St. John's has been getting into the thick of it, but obviously Magic Comic and Unstoppable. People need to call him the Magic Comet for some reason, and I keep having to like bite my tongue right there.
Yeah.
Earthquake gets Heretic to bite their tongue right there. With a good headshot from the CX4 Storm. No more heresy will be spouted this round. Skelly jumping into the fight.
Oh,
what's going on? Skelly's looking left when he should have gone right. He yeeted when he should have skeeted. And Unstoppable is able to get a kill right there, but not at the cost of, or not without losing a significant chunk of their health. And it's looking increasingly worse here for the members of UTD Green.
Seems like they're trying to better their comrade in the previous round. 4K being taken off the board, or the ace being taken off the board, looking for one of their own. Still certainly possible, considering all 3 players are still alive. Unstoppable looking to aggress with the impacts around, the lifeline being thrown through. The first of those concussions being caught with an ADS. The second does indeed land, but the shots not so much. Unstoppable now onto a 3K. And Earthquake is fairly low, needs to have about as much impact as the San Andreas fault line does on a semi-consistent basis. The problem is they're stuck into the attic and behind a deployable shield.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
A dump there of some flash grenades to kill a fiend hurls out of Nitro's cell. As a limp-wristed throw, it will not avail them at all. Sun Tzu steps up and collects the kill, and that leaves everything on the shoulders of the half-health Earthquake, who, as you said, will have to make a mighty big rumble here if they want to pull this off. There's coverage of the planter, not coverage enough. Earthquake peeks out from cover, collects the kill. Now it's all down to Unstoppable. Steps up, heading towards the door of the attic. Has to know that their opponent is in the general area. Doubles back the other way. I don't think Earthquake knows. I don't think they heard the sound cue. They did. The pre-fire will not avail them. Tries to swing it. What an awkward little bit of peekaboo. But in the end, it's Earthquake who pulls it off and keeps it together and gets the second round win there for the Comets.
Capitalizing on the exposed nature of the plant, Sun Tzu didn't fully tuck themselves into that foosball corner, and it ends up costing them their lives. That was sufficient, assuming Sun Tzu did get into the corner. Unfortunately, not the case on either side, so UTD Green capitalizes off the back of it, and the San Andreas fault line does indeed make an appearance in terms of impact as Earthquake picks up the double kill. UTD Green look a lot better in that round. They still have to be able to manage those kills, though, because you could see the impact that Unstoppable was having in seemingly every gunfight up until the ace possibility, on a technicality, was stolen away from them by Sun Tzu. And you have to worry for UTD Green. Can this be consistent as they go to the bottom?
Cheeky Sun Tzu. Probably stole the book, too, honestly. He ain't come up with all those ideas himself. Did Sun Tzu actually exist? I actually don't know. You know what? That's research for after the show. Good question. Sometimes those guys here like, oh yeah, I've heard of him. Never was a thing. Robin Hood, probably not a dude. Was a fox in a Disney movie, but he wasn't a man. Anyway, looking at the defensive setup down here in the basement, I like the addition of the Echo here, Time. It's an interesting choice, because I just think that Echo is one of those operators who had their heyday, kind of fell off the radar, and only gets occasional play. But if used correctly, Yokais are probably one of the most valuable util assets you could possibly have. It's one of the few util assets that effectively provides really good util and also genuine, like, denial of critical actions. And I will also add how interesting. They have a Brava in play here as well, which we haven't seen a lot of the new op Time, but she does bring a very interesting kit, as we can see here from the little, what is it, kludge drone, doing some work capturing some cameras. That little bit of intel could be quite valuable, all things considered.
So there's the two contrasting points. You have the clutch drone where obviously you could go in and hack the first bit of information or utility you find, i.e. default cameras. But the question is, if there's a flank, you can sure try and find those default cameras and use them to the fullest extent possible. But the other side of it is that the best usage of an entire primary operator ability? And most players would try and go for the Melusi Banshees, maybe those Echo Yokais. It's never really a consistent notion, but obviously a conversation point. The Iona taken off the board, Magic Comic is taken care of, and the second main fragger is off the board fairly early. A 3.0 on the SLR, though. I gotta say, I appreciate it. I like the 3.0.
Maximum sightage. Nothing better for close quarters combat than a 3.0 sight to kill a feed. Trapped in the armory. Looks one way, looks the other. And Wing Tassar picks up the kill right there. Really well executed bit of play, honestly, by St. John's. I kind of like that. That was skillfully done. Good comms right there to bait as well. Earthquake, unfortunately, I don't think feels particularly comfortable playing on the Yokais right now. They might become more of a factor in a late round situation, but Brian is still holding up here in Freezer. And to their credit, UTD Green has done an okay job of holding the wave of St. John's back. Oh, lucky there from Brian. That could have been so much worse. Showed a clean pair of heels and nearly got caught out for it by Unstoppable, but it will not be the end of the round.
There's the clutch drone going through. It will be shot out. There is still the second clutch drone available, should it be required. Heretic still looking to swing. A dual-pronged take. One in through this Freezer side. Actually, a second now joining them. So two players, both in main, and the other two over towards the Freezer half. Unstoppable walking up to the Freezer door, and Toxic Babes being relayed in towards main, but they can still push off the back of it. Decent bit of damage done, but a down onto Wing Husar, and the VIP has fallen in Sun Tzu. The gridlock taken care of. The spray is there, but Unstoppable just holds W through. Skelly P, close corner inside of Laundry, is left alone in a 1 versus 2, but he can't find the second. Unstoppable cleans up information. Is victory, Corbeck, as St. John's will turn it into a map victory.
I thought for a second there they might just pull that one off. When Heretic come running around the corner, did not see the smoke, and got absolutely plastered by the shotty, I was like, all right, the dream's alive. But no, it's not to be. Unstoppable playing out of their mind right there. 60-5, nearly a 4-to-1 KD ratio in tonight's matchup. So some really impressive stuff right there early on, and a good start for the members of St. John's on their way potentially to their first round victory. And my God, man, you need to open some of those alpha packs. That's
I know, right?
That's giving me secondary trauma. I don't know. It's God. Imagine having 245 alpha packs. I don't play the game enough to have that many, but what a concept.
You think that's bad? You know Fallen Griffin, the other observer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fallen Griffin had like somewhere in the neighborhood of like 300 esports packs alone, which is absurd. They were able to finish the battle pass in 15 minutes because of battle pass points being duplicated from the esports packs. I thought
That's pretty
hilarious.
funny,
Move on.
actually. Anyway,
Speaking of moving on,
game.
map 2. Clubhouse is our second map. A 7-2 victory. Exactly. Carbon copied from our first series in 7-2 in map 1. Similar way, different overall outcome, but it's still a fairly clean finish for St. John's, as they will close things out and move on to map 2, up a map we'll see when we come back with Clubhouse. 7-2 map victory for St. John's here on Oregon. They will move to Clubhouse up a map and in a prime position to take their first series based off of map victories thus far in the season. This is week 7, by the way, as we welcome you back to the NECC Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Tom DeLay. Joined alongside me is still Corback. And Corback, what has to change for the University of Texas at Dallas Green if the Comets want to bring things back on?
Always a good question. Always a good question, because I'm not an R6 coach. So what has to change? I mean, I think probably the biggest issue that we were seeing with them was two things, right? I think one thing was sort of a lack of initiative, and I add all this with the caveat that they did not have the defender side advantage, right, when they went into Oregon, which is a big deal, right? It's a pretty heavily defender oriented map. I don't think they did a particularly good job of seizing the initiative. I think it was very reactive play from that side, from the Comets. The other thing I would like to see for them is a little bit better contribution to like the trade game, the 1v1 game. I know they have the potential for that. I just felt that there was moments in this where they were setting themselves up in situations where trades were going to be impossible. And it makes it so much harder, right? Because really, like, every loss in Siege is multiplied by magnitude. So the ability to implement an immediate payback scenario, like an immediate evening, is so important. And I just never really felt like they had a great opportunity to do that. So those are the two things that I would be looking at.
Well, let's take a look at the maps to see whose selection this one is and how they can flex it. Bad news for Comets fans, as it is St. John's map selection here on Clubhouse. The Comets have chosen the attacking side, though. And I want to get your take on this. We were talking about the defensive side favoring of Oregon. I had a similar conversation back on Cafe Dostoevsky back in our first series of the day, where it went 4-2, 4-2, and then the attacking side went all 3 rounds in overtime, so overall 11-4 for the attack. What's your conversation point on Club? Is it heavily attacker favored? Do you have a 3-3 mindset? What are you looking at here?
Club is very much, I would say, a defender-sided map. It has been, I think, for most of its existence. The ideal scenario for an attacker is obviously, well, I guess ideal. The theoretical would be to win as many rounds as possible. The practical is, I think, to aim for around a 3-3. Like, if you can hold them even. And that's going to be hard for UTD Green just because their attacking halves were so difficult on Oregon. That's not going to change going over here to Clubhouse. Banning Habana, by the way, an interesting choice, one that does make a lot of sense. No, it makes a lot of sense for a Clubhouse map, right? Because there is so much hatch play. The thing that I think is interesting about that is they did it to themselves right there. They take Habana away on their attacking side. They take the Kaid away at 2, so that actually makes the Habana ban, I think, a little bit more sensible. It's just... yeah, it's always rough. It's always a really hard position when you're on the attacker because you know that the side swap is going to come, but you don't want to disadvantage yourself, but you also don't want to give opponents the advantage. So if they feel comfortable playing around at time, they can take that ban.
Yeah, if they can make it a 3-3 or a 4-2 against them, or a 2-4 for them, then I'd say the Habana ban will pay off. If it goes 5-1 as it did last time, I just do not think that it is worthwhile because of how important that verticality is around the Habana. Granted, it is only around maybe 2 sites that you would continuously use it, notably the bottom floor, secondarily gym bedroom. Other than that, you really don't see Habana around CCTV cache. More often you see the Maverick, Thermite, Ace, really anybody else that has hard breaches, even secondary hard breaches, you see more than Habana, but that's neither here nor there. St. John, speaking of which, will go to CCTV cache, so we wouldn't have seen Habana at least on the first round anyway. Magic Comic picking up the Doc. Now, I'm no expert, nor am I a Rainbow Six Siege coach, Corback, but Doc indicates to me aggression. And especially considering it's Magic Comic, I'd assume they want to play about as aggressive as we saw Unstoppable do in the previous map. And for some context, Unstoppable had a 3.2 KD, or 16-5 in terms of kills and deaths in the first map.
Yes, it's quite ironic that Mr. like canonically, oh, I don't like to kill people. also just is the character that people pick when they want to kill people. So I would agree, it does imply a certain amount of aggression. And interesting, by the way, an operator we didn't see a lot of on our previous map who's getting some play. She was available the entire time. It's a zombie. And it is actually very interesting that neither team leaned into a zombie, because I know that I've seen the chatter on Siege Twitter, and I would agree with it. I think a zombie is probably the strongest, one of the strongest defensive operators that currently exist in the game. Like, pro tip, if you're going to solo queue, if you're mad enough to solo queue Rainbow Six ranked, I think a zombie is a really strong defensive operator for those scenarios and for team-based scenarios as well. So we'll see what they can do with an Azami here in the pack as they go ahead and get started here on opening the door. And bottled it. No, I think they got it just in time. There's the EMP and there's the opening into CCTV.
Yeah, they even put the thermite charge vertically, so it is a vaultable hole. I honestly don't know why they didn't just put that as walkable. It makes your life a little bit more difficult if you want to play forward. That is the weirdest Cuba barrier I have ever seen ever. I'm pretty sure that hit something and then fell, but that's, again, neither here nor there. Whatever happened there is curious to me, to say the very least. I was going to talk about the Azami, saying you have to have some strats with it if you're going to bring it forward. Obviously, the 9x9 VSN is pretty good. The impact grenades are pretty good as well, but if you're not going to have a set strat with your Kiva barriers, just play Capcan at that point. Even have some extra health to work with, unless you want to play aggressive on that 2-speed. Magic Comic still playing inside of Garage. I do appreciate those Kiva barriers being set up inside of that Garage position, and To Kill a Fiend now knows somebody's playing vertically in Lounge. That has to be communicated. I think UTD Green have to deal with this, or they cannot get a diffuser down the ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Unstoppable is still kind of floating in the garage means that any kind of plant attempt on CCTV is inherently going to be handicapped, right? Because you're always going to have that angle to be played. That said, I mean, we're very far away from a plant attempt right now. Because they're just not in a good position to even get in through the front door. Good kill for Skelly P, by the way, pushing this up. I mean, he's doing good work, but the clock is kind of against you right now, and I don't think you've secured the critical junctures you really need to in order to make this work. That said, slow swing by Sun Tzu right there. Absolutely eaten alive by Brian. 40 seconds left on the round here time, though, and they're still not in the sight.
They have to go. C4 still available for Wing 2-star. That is the only defender utility remaining, bar the stim pistol, and Magic Comic has to use it if they want to stay alive in a lot of these engagements. They will go to full HP plus 20 as it ticks down continuously. That C4 will buy more and more time for the defensive side, as will the MP5K to swing in through CC. Magic Comic aware of it, finds a kill off the back, but is still taken out from behind. Wing Husar aware of the push from Connector, and it's down to a 1 versus 1. The diffuser not in their grasp. It is in the breach around through CC, and Sherry knows it and now has to go grab it. Not face checking at all is Wing Husar, and because of it, they'll win the round based off of time. St. John's open up Clubhouse as they closed out Oregon with a round victory.
Wow. Excuse me, and who was the critical operator there? It was Doc.
Mute.
No, it was Doc. I mean, it was Mute. Mute did a great job, but Doc's ability for self-sustain basically prevented, correct me if I'm wrong, Doc was playing balcony. Doc's ability, or gantry, or whatever you want to, catwalk, whatever you want to call it, in that fight with Cherry Blossoms for much longer than should have been, like, you know, theoretically possible for any other operator, which prevented the kind of practical element of that, which is that they needed Cherry Blossoms to take gantry to be in a position to put down Crossfire to help them deal with the smoke. Obviously, or the Mute. Obviously, the Mute played a spectacular defense of the cash room, but it would have all been for naught if it hadn't been for the ability of the Doc to just hold on. So that's sustain, man. If you can get it off, it is a huge difference maker here as we look down towards basement, and that's got to be frustrating for UTD. I feel like they made a lot of the right calls right there. They were playing some pretty solid trades and what have you time, but it just, like, did not work out for them in the end.
Oh, and especially with the trades coming through. I was talking about the Mute, really the VIP over on at least that side of the map. finding the clean double to put them in that power position of the 2v1 when it came down to it, really relying on the trade from Barrage and Cherry Blossom taking a little bit too long considering the placement of the diffuser and the whereabouts of Winged Hussar. Granted, Winged Hussar had no utility left, so if they grabbed the diffuser a little earlier, it would have been a little bit more possible, but by no means easy, even if they do indeed grab the objective base. St. John's, they play around their advantages, and they turn it into a round victory off the back of it. Winged Hussar now playing aggressive in towards that dirt side on that Azami once more. We'll see them and the Heretic switch operator sets, not direct operators though. Heretic will pick up the smoke rather than the mute, and then Winged Hussar obviously still sticking with Azami.
Just enjoying some nice jazz. Everybody's favorite strip club music. Just light jazz, light jazz. That's an odd design decision, Ubi, but I ain't gonna question it. They do things differently up there in Montreal, I guess. Here comes the Montaigne. Speaking of doing things differently, Cherry Blossoms picking up Montaigne and pushing blue. What a champion move. Unfortunately, Skelly P is already dead, caught by Unstoppable, the unstoppable killer. And, well, this is what Montaigne does. He challenges angles, he provides decent intelligence. And he's sort of giving them a good idea of what they can expect here in blue. It's just, are they going to be able to actually neutralize the threats? Easy there, Cherry Blossom. Dropping the shield, almost trying to bait him. The smoke going to make this a lot more difficult, so Cherry Blossom is actually going to have to push up. Now, if Earthquake can turn this into kills, this will be well worth it time. It's not a bad idea if they can play off of that second gun.
I think they've heard those air jabs come through from Earthquake behind, though, and there's the flank. Unstoppable coming in from behind. And they're on the Oryx. If anybody's going to try and take out that Montaigne, this would be the operator. You got to use those Rima dashes to the best ability, but instead, well, unfortunately, Cherry Blossom will back away, so no Rima dash-based kills for us. Brian stuck in dirt. I believe Cherry Blossom was attempting to go sprint to assist. Granted, whatever you consider Montaigne's sprint, you do you. It's going to take about a calendar year for them to try and get over to that direction, especially while being pressured by the Warden.
Oh.
The SMG-12 works out in their favor, and Brian is in a 1 versus 5. Has to prone through the dirt wall, and, well, instead we'll just break it open, and we'll almost certainly walk to their demise as the Azami's on their close left corner, and they do not have a drone to use.
Poor Brian. Go on, buddy. Oh, he looked wrong. He looked wrong. He yeeted when he should have skeeted. Ah, man, you hate to see
mean
it.
setup, though. That is so gross.
That is very nasty because they had it covered from both angles. As you saw there, it was not possible to see that when Brian swung through. But when you see it from the defender perspective, they had another guy waiting. So either way, he was boned. It's unfortunate there for Brian. It was good. I mean, okay. I was going to say it was a good effort. I'd kind of be lying. It was rough. And here's looking at the things that UTD probably need to do differently, which is I think they need to work a little bit better on securing kills. Like some of the principles that they were working with, I'm going back to that kind of Montaigne push into blue. The idea is not bad, right? You get the Montaigne in, you have somebody push up kind of slightly behind them. You hope that the Montaigne pulls one of the defenders into a more vulnerable position and you get the kill. They failed on that last part. So if you're going to be running setups like this, if you're going to be running challenges like that, you really have to be able to back it up. If I was sitting in the UTD green side, I would just be going back to basics, right? Get simple breaches, simple plans, focus on cutting off enemy defenders and killing them.
You have to hold those crosses. And UTD Green, if this is the site to do so, they have the composition to do so as well. Information gathering is certainly there. They have the hard breach set up, and most notably, they can set themselves up with utility for those kills. The Capitao switch for Cherry Blossom, I appreciate the decision, especially considering you have those EE1Ds on the board. Drone plus Asphyxiation Bolt plus EE1D equals either a kill via utility, or hopefully a kill via weapon.
Yes. Hopefully kill via weaponry. God forbid there was another way. I don't know. Utility, I guess. You're right. I'm trying to think if there's another. We'll just throw some cigarettes in there. We'll throw some cigarettes in there and wait about 40 years. It'll take care of mute. A pack a day. And our job here is done. Lion out. Anyway, back on the defensive setup. And to kill a feed here, running the drone in, I think was trying to get it through. The mute jammer not down. I do think that drone is still active, so they should be able to get a little bit of intel, and they should know that Wing Tsar is there. But the pinch, that's going to be the most important part of this, because a lot of times you will see teams bring an kind of unbearable level of focus onto the cache side of this so that they can just take that area before they start pushing the jacuzzi wall like this. But they've sort of opted to split the defenders, so they need to actually make something happen off of this. And again, really, the focus here, time, just get the kills. You just need to get kills, get one, get two, and then just slowly but surely build up to a win. I don't think you need to pull off any impressive chicanery here if you're on the side of UTD Green.
While you keep saying you're not a coach, some very high level of coaching strats coming out from Gordak himself. Just shoot back forehead and you win the game.
Yeah.
Tequila Fiend looking to do exactly that, and will do so.
Go.
Downing Wing Tusar and then subsequently finding the kill. Heretic missing a few shots, but still certainly included in that conversation. Even trades back and forth though. Earthquake making their presence known over towards the CC side. And a follow-up from Skelly P. A 2v3 with Heretic and Sun Tzu left alone.
Oh, Tequila Fiend had so little health left right there, time. Really, a stiff breeze would have knocked him over, and Sun Tzu managing to even up to a 2-2, and that's where we'll sit right now. Sun Tzu and the Heretic on one side. Still 3 smoke canisters to play with here, though, which is a lot of time wasted in a less than 40-second time frame, right? And if they use them correctly, such as right about now, it's exactly what they need. Earthquake is down to Sun Tzu, and it's starting to look like grim sledding here for Skelly P. Not outside the realm of possibility. Has to get tight on that corner. Great kill by Skelly P. 20 seconds left, and the smoke's in a position where he could get got. He's by no means invincible here, and there it is. Good job by Skelly P to clutch that round out, because honestly, the Comets needed that win.
They needed it, and you can look at the switch of firearms there on the defensive side. Heretic was switching from the SMG-11 expecting a longer range fight to the Mossberg expecting to have to swing, but in the game of swing or be swung, it was a swing every day for Skelly P, finding both Sun Tzu in logistics and Heretic inside of the bathroom, and turning UTD Green up a single round. The tertiary bomb site there for St. John's just barely not working in their favor. They seemingly had every feasible advantage except for just the straight up gunfight towards the end. Skelly P proactive and switching their line of sight over towards the logistics side rather than the construction doors we saw earlier.
Played the 1v2 very well, honestly. Calm, very calm and collected, and I think that's one of the hardest things for a lot of people who are in difficult situations like that, is just to play calm, to pick your angles, to pick your shots, and to know how to play it. And I think that's where the credit should lie right there for Skelly P at the tail end of that. You know, often kind of support players, the hard breachers, they're not considered as mechanically talented as the rest of the team. It's usually kind of the reputation, but a very good demonstration right there of how a solid support can just sort of anchor things down and get you a W. Definitely not bad news, by the way, for St. John's. I mean, you're not going to win them all, and it's been pretty good for St. John's across the board here, so I don't think that they need to be too upset about dropping around. And it was also being played as the tertiary bomb site time, so a lot of leeway right there. Now let's see what they can do with a bit of a different defensive setup here on CCV Cash. A zombie not making an appearance, and hello! Cherry Blossoms is already dead, so no more Thatcher.
Was he just sitting in the window? No, he's sitting on the door.
Yeah, he was sitting in garage.
Wow, what a shot. Good opening. Basically the most important operator you could have killed, dead. Now at this point they probably wish they brought, I don't know, anything but a mute. But still looking pretty good for them. They'll look to open things up. They will be able to open up the main wall. Again, exothermic charge, but again, it's only a vaultable hole, even though they've taken care of the mute jammer. You usually want to put that a little bit lower, make your life a little easier as you walk through rather than vault.
A Heretic, that's a nasty angle there from behind the bomb chassis. And that could pay dividends there if somebody is foolish enough to step into that sight line. You see actually Skelly P in the general area, but to their credit, the members of UTD Green seem a little hesitant to jump face first into the breach. Can't imagine why. Brian here doing a little bit of droning from the opposite backside of the map, just making sure that there's no roamers lurking around in there before they begin their push forward. You've also got Earthquake here with Argus cameras, so you have tools for monitoring these approaches should you choose to use them. You could literally throw an Argus where that default cam is. And, oh my lord. He's just crawling forward to grab a drone. That is very scary. But at least you've got that drone back in pocket. What do we say, time? Information is victory. That's it right there.
Well, they're trying to turn it into such. You can see Earthquake setting up the Argus cameras. He does need to shoot it for it to exit the Argus launcher. And, well, sometimes you don't even need information. You can just find straight-up kills. Heretic playing a pixel angle. This is a gross angle, by the way, across. And there's a flank coming up. Unstoppable is walking up main stairs, and there's nothing to hold them from behind. There's not a single remaining claymore, at least of the living players. The dead ones certainly have them in their back pocket. But watch the flank from Unstoppable. There's the kill, a double at that, make it a triple in the round, and basically the round itself done. To kill a Fiend is left alone. They have to be able to make it through here, and with no very easy way to do so. Their smoke's being expended, and I think the second one going a little bit too far. They can't even vault through safely. They won't even get the opportunity. Magic Comic, clean shot across, and St. John's will make it 3.
Oh, nice little headshot right there. Again, St. John's just looking decisive on the defensive side. UT Green just not able to find their level. It's almost down to, and I've been kind of trying to offer more like holistic solutions about the idea of, you know, combining for kills or what have you, going back to basics. But I mean, speaking back to the most basic, honestly, UTT just needs to win gunfights. They're just not winning their ones a lot of the time. And you can't win Siege if you don't get the kills time. It's that simple.
Yep. And even with all the setup that was there for UTD Green, they also just didn't have that information. You were talking about putting the Argus camera up towards default. At that point, it was already a 3 versus 4, so UTD Green was very much still in the round. You have 2 players dead. You can have one of them watch that Argus camera and just hold the flank. In ranked, maybe not, because nobody actually pays attention. Nobody holds flanks. Nobody helps their teammates. But in this very organized comp setting, UTD Green has to have that set up, and they have to be able to hold for each other, even without being alive with each other. And in that English is hard. In that round, it just wasn't the case. St. John's take advantage of it, and Unstoppable obviously turns it into a triple kill in the round. Very clean setup for St. John's, flourishing off the back of the flank, and now they'll head back to the bottom floor, of which was also successful, with a, well, fairly good prep for him.
Right, and you've got a zombie back in play here. And by the way, I was going to add this onto your comment, but this was an excellent illustration of it. Another huge issue that they appear to be suffering from is these early clashes just are rough. I mean, that's like the second or third time now you're going to lose an operator before you even break in. Like, this is just kind of getting to the point now where it's almost unacceptable, right? Like, you don't want to be giving up those kind of early deaths, and having that happen twice is bad news bears. Like, you really have to figure out a better way to handle the spawn peaks.
Fiend already on, well, that 20 HP, and oh my goodness, Unstoppable kills Skelly from behind. That is a gross combo setup around the strip walkout. And just like that, everybody's back at full HP on the defensive side because, well, Doc exists, and who doesn't love their fair share of pharmaceutical assistance on spawn peaks? The wonders of modern medicine, as you ever so eloquently put it.
Yeah, right. Also, being told by our observer that UTD actually chose to attack here. So that's... Yeah. Excuse me. Good lord. That's really rough. Because they just haven't really been able to kind of manifest what they need on the attack. Fortunately, they got to kill a feed back in this. But they did lose Skelly, who's been one of their better fraggers. And you kind of hate to see that in an early stage. Sun Tzu getting wiped right there. Cherry Blossom does find a kill. Gets the second one. Well done, Cherry Blossoms, keeping it level here. Now they have taken blue, but they need to make more happen with this because Wing Tassar is the next line of defense. Playing back and forth on a double bit, gets to kill a fiend, is caught reloading by Cherry Blossoms. You hate when that happens. Magic Comet now doubling back down, trying to get in on the action. Unstoppable setting up a cross angle. There's Cherry Blossoms down, and everything now in the hands of Earthquake. And what can Earthquake do here in the 2v1? One of those operators is a 3 armor Doc as well, so this is not a favorable situation here for the Nomad at all.
No, and it looks like they're going to double up as well. Earthquake caught sprinting, and St. John's make it 4 of 5 rounds. Clean finish as well there for St. John's, as you again see them set themselves up for success. You were talking about the Azami being one of the better operators at this point, and you could see exactly why. Able to watch 2 different angles without really risk from either one while peeking the opposite. Obviously, caught reloading. Disadvantageous. Feels bad, man. But still, being relatively well prepared.
Yeah, it's just such a shame because, again, it's one of those rounds where I feel like UTD Green is hitting kind of the right notes, like they're making some solid plays, but they just can't seal the deal. Like, they just can't seal the deal. And that was a really good example. I think that they played that quite effectively, like literally right up until the bitter end right there. I felt like they were doing what they needed to do. Rolling in on the reload was a very wise choice, but then they kind of got caught in a situation where it was just impossible for them to kind of battle their way out of it, right? Like that awkward split. You have the Doc coming, and Magic Comic has been on absolute fire tonight. And it was just sort of like, okay, well, you know, what do you do now? And I guess the answer is not a lot. You just kind of die. So this is a must-win round here, I feel, for the Comets. Like, they have to pick this one up time. You can't let this one get by you, because you need at least a 4-2 if you want to have a comfortable defensive half on this map.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
St. John's, if this becomes 4 or 5-1, I am not feeling the most exuberant, I'd say is a fairly good adjective for the second
good
half
word.
of play. UTD Green need an opening pick. That's been a conversation point for them, I think, a lot in this series. Opening duels or favorable trades, 1 for 1, 2 for 1, as long as they're involved and gaining something out of continuous gunfights, then they're in a good spot. One thing I'm a little surprised about is Unstoppable put a castle barricade on that CC window towards highway. Usually you see players try and actually actively play that and force anybody on the highway balcony to just look in your general direction while also playing on those windows. A little surprised that's not the case this time around.
I feel like it's probably a matter of them not feeling super comfortable with the... Well, actually, no, they should feel relatively comfortable with the idea of peaks. They've been getting the better of them this entire time. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting little site setup choice being made right there, but, you know, there's not always not always complete logic for all of them, such as it is. Unstoppable has certainly done enough where I'm not going to openly question decisions, but I will question that one. Magic Comic getting a little high on his own supply right there and caught looking, and justifiably punished, I would say, by Cherry Blossoms. So a good start. Hey, that first pick time in the bank.
There's that opening duel, and it's not immediately traded. St. John's are forced to retreat a little bit. That's some map control that UTD Green can also now work with, and not something that I think they were originally expecting to have to give up early, especially considering how clean Magic Comic has been thus far. E1D will detect the current position of the castle of Unstoppable. You can see those pings coming through. To Kill a Fiend looking to do what they've done prior on the line in towards that bathroom rotate, but this time they take significantly more damage than they deal, considering they dealt absolutely 0.
Sunzu here playing out on the Jacuzzi Breach. Cherry Blossoms playing the other angle. Less than a minute left, so things are getting a little spicy. Is that a baseball bat? How have I never noticed that before? Anyway, it's neither here nor there. Claymore
World
down
Baseball
by...
Classic DLC.
Yeah, there you go. World Baseball Classic DLC. I've heard more people talking about this year than I have ever, which is nice. I went to a game once. It was very good. Skelly P taking Heretic down early on, and this is looking better and better for UTD Green on a must-win round. They've just got to ferret out these last couple of defenders. They're all sort of dispersed as well, so the trade game is not going to be very effective. Beautiful by Skelly P. Unfortunately, the trade is there from Winged Hussar. What? They're holding on to it. Cherry Blossom saving the day, though. Swings out. Unstoppable goes for the wide swing to try and get the trade. Won't find it. Is caught looking there at the very tail end, and Comets pick up a crucial round as they go into the defensive half.
And I know this is a saying in the South. I don't know if it's a saying anywhere else. It's don't bite off more than you can chew. And St. John's, even in that 2v5, I think did so a little bit, taking more gunfights than they could afford, not measuring their aggression in different aspects. Where Unstoppable was playing inside logistics, they could have held that cross towards the construction door, the connector door, rather than forcing Heretic to do that. Instead, obviously not the case, or Wing Tusar to do that instead. And when Wing Tusar had to reload while falling back to that bathroom rotate, they immediately got felled from
Defenders,
behind,
protect
and
your
then
bombs from being
Unstoppable
defused
had
by
to look 3
attackers.
different directions, all at the same time. Never a recipe for success, and obviously was taken care of after that engagement. St. John's are picked apart, and good signs of life from UTD Green. We need to see more of that now on the defensive side. Their defense has to show up. Round 1 victory or bust, I think, is their call, especially considering they're starting on the bottom floor. They need signs of life, and significantly more of them early on.
I agree. It is another crucial round here for them. They do not want to go to a 5-2. They don't want to be sitting on match point, right? You want to kind of hold off on that for as long as possible right here. And I think UTD Green can. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that their weaker defensive performance on Oregon was almost probably more down to shell shock than anything else. They just weren't in a good state after their 5-1 victory. Jesus, good God. They nearly capped Cherry Blossom twice. Okay, easy. I know it's tense. Everybody's tense. I'm tense. Just it's all right. But yeah, I do think that they past tense exactly. I do think that they have the capability for this one though. Time I really do. It's just a matter of them. I think feeling a little bit more calm and collected. And I think if they can do that and they can continue to build on some of the things that they were doing well towards the end of those attacking rounds, the trades, for example, that'll stand them in really good stead on the defense.
Full top floor clear, fairly quick here for St. John's, wasting very little time, and by very little time I mean about a minute in order to take this out. To kill a fiend, sitting in the close corner bathroom, I do not think they've been droned. The Magic Comic will throw a drone in. It'll go into bar, but no, it'll fully clear out that bathroom side. And oddly enough, the decision to rotate out is actually towards strip. So a very well isolated German defenseman is stuck over towards the strip club, and either will not be cleared or just will be completely foregone, considering there's no real reason to have to push that far over. Maybe just a free extra site or a free extra defender off the board without actually having to take a fight.
Let's see what Malusi does here. They've obviously been pulled out by the Iana, right? The Gemini coming in big. And that could potentially be good and or bad. Brian did do a good job of immediately relocating, but obviously there, and the throne, of course, making it impossible to hold that corner. Let's see where he chooses to make his stand. Doubles back the other way, but unfortunately, To Kill a Fiend is down. The Jaeger caught, done, dusted, and Brian is going to try and beat a retreat here because slowly but surely, defenders are closing in all around him. Drops out of the ADS at the worst possible time. Got Unstoppable is happy to collect that kill, and now a 3v5 here at the end as Unstoppable can get to work on these destructible floors.
The question is, do they try impact tricking on the defensive side? Skelly P certainly could if they wanted to. There goes the Thatcher grenade. Impact team. Oh, no, he missed! Oh, that's gotta hurt. UTD Green could have denied the exothermic charge, and they would have been in a prime position to take this. Now, all the information in the world, especially with that EMP landing, Skelly does not have a crosshair at this point. Finally, it is redeemed as that effect dissipates. But current power position's certainly there for the attacking side. St. John's have a 2-man advantage. They have 3 different avenues of attack towards the site. Nice shots from Earthquake. Leg shots, albeit on Magic Comic, but shots nonetheless. A follow-up is there from Cherry Blossom, and the assist just the same. A triple for Unstoppable, and it's down to just Skelly P, who cannot follow up. The full collapse is there. St. John's will completely engulf them in both gunfire and flames, as the Heretics is taken care of, and St. John's will move on to 5.
Oh, when the Azami model went down there was pretty funny. It literally looked like she ran in the boxes. Oh! Knocked unconscious by the boxes.
Mario moment.
Mario moment. There you go. Anyway, rough loss there for UTD because I agree with you. That was a round that they really needed to win, right? They needed to start off strong on the defensive side. They just weren't able to do it. And in that case, I think what happened was it's unfortunate because I feel like it's a new problem that's creeping up on them, which is the idea that they really needed to not let their roamers get so isolated. You kind of pointed this out, and then it became brutally apparent with what happened to Brian. But they were just way too isolated at the tail end of that. You can't be allowing your kind of two members of your team basically to be cut off and surrounded so early on in the match. You need to call them back as soon as you can. And that was just not done. So that speaks to me, by the way, of a little bit of maybe like an IGL issue or something where they're sort of cutting their teeth. Maybe they're learning how to call.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Good
a
news,
bomb and defuse it.
easily repairable problem time. So it's something that can be learned. It's not impossible to fix.
Mechanical issues and team composition issues around, I think, ideals of playstyle. The two main problems for UTD Green, both of which easily reparable. St. John's in their side looking much better, at least in these rounds, than they were in some of those first half rounds. Shots across, To Kill a Fiend is running upstairs, and surprisingly enough is playing with the P10 Roni. Didn't have that one in my bingo card today, seeing a P10 Roni in competitive play, but they're still going to look to flex around towards the garage side. The problem is, they've certainly been seen, and they still find Unstoppable! He didn't even open the wall yet! No, he did. I lied. Still, how do you win that fight while fully blind? That's gross.
Oh, an extended barrel on a Roni in this economy? I haven't seen one of those in quite some time. Not a bad choice, honestly.
I haven't seen a Roni in a while, much less the extended barrel. Mainly
also
because
true.
The nerf of the Roni came before the buff of the extended barrel, so that makes sense. But
It's a tragedy. A tragedy that the Roni was nerfed. Travesty. That's okay. Oops. Well, you tried, Brian. Unfortunately, it's a Gemini. It won't work out that time. Still, I don't think they got a beat on where Brian was hiding necessarily. Kind of like this positioning, honestly, creeping along the edge of stage. But yeah, you might be waiting there for a while. Wing to Sar is very low, by the way. They did not come out of the early stages of the round in particularly good health. So Brian could actually make a difference right here. Magic Comic, though, is going to lead the way on the Flores. There's the opening opportunity for Brian. Unfortunately, just a little too slow on the uptake to get the kill in. Brian trying to challenge again. Won't find it that time either. Still, wasting time. And that might be the most important thing. Down to just a minute left in the round here, and it does not feel like St. John's is in solid control of the map.
looks like Rotero drone's trying to be set up here for Magic Comic. If they can get this in and deny a lot of the utilities set up around Trench, they're in a pretty good spot to take this out, and that's a great setup. Flores drone goes through. Earthquake is forced right back into it, is trying to retrieve their alibi clone just to get out. The problem is, even while retrieving that, they're still not in a power position. 4v4 as St. John's looks to aggress, now from 3 separate angles, one of them very much taken care of, but Wing Hussar does find a refrag.
A couple of shots coming in right there. Magic Comet trying to step up into the breach, and that'll be Earthquake, who is down. Keep in mind, Wing to Star very low on health. Won't stop them from collecting some kills. Brian is unnoted, and Wing to Star gets capped by his own team. All right, Brian, time for them to be a hero. They can do this 100%. The shots come out. What? The planner, and there's the second one. Comic steps forward, and Brian saves the day for the UTD Comics.
So for all of you unfamiliar with the dynamics of casting, this is about the time where I say, hey, this was a really good play, and here's why. They just had no info. St. John's had absolutely no information that Brian was up above, even though Brian was seen on 6 separate occasions prior. 6. Go back in the VOD. I promise you, you can count them. He was seen on 6 separate occasions on the top floor, never rotated back, and still was able to flank freely. Couple that alongside the fact that St. John's TK'd in a 2v1, or it was 3v1, to make it a 2v1. You feel so bad, but
sometimes
if that's a round you're going to bring back.
Sometimes everything just lines up. Looks like it's all coming together. Right there. Brian hits his active camo. They get a little nervous on the low ground. Somebody swings on somebody they're not supposed to. Good kill right there, honestly. Brian did a good job. I mean, keeping calm and keeping composure right there and managing to secure those kills. It was well played. Yes, it is an informational failure, I think, on the side of St. John's that it got as far as it did, right? You should have been able to lock that down a little bit better, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. Not to say that UTD is a broken clock, but it was probably, I would put it more in the basket of luck right there than in a particularly good setup on the side of UTD. That said, UTD trying to make some things happen. They got the bandit in now. I'm presuming that To Kill a Fiend is going to play for a bandit trick here to deny this. So we'll see if Magic Comic has the idea of how to use the Thatcher correctly. But a bad or a good early kill by Skelly P. Heretic got caught looking, and that's the secondary hard breacher, who admittedly they didn't really need, but still. The secondary hard breacher down, and that probably means that, at least for the moment, Garage will remain a little soft. Unstoppable, though. Getting it back immediately. Taking Skelly P down in return, and the bandit trick going out and working.
It works perfectly. That's one of the exothermic charges off the board, and your secondary hard breacher you didn't need. Now you could probably use, considering the bandit trick being available. The lack of pressure on the far side is costing St. John's at this point. You have nades on Unstoppable. At this point, your setup should be throw somebody on that CC/air conditioning balcony and just allow yourself to push forward. But it isn't the case. Here's the nade from below. Here's the possibility. Nade through. It misses.
Oh.
Second attempt has to be there. The information as to where they're putting it. There's the nade, but it misses as well. 0 for 2 on the throws. Seems like the United States during the World Baseball Classic Finals. And at this point, St. John's, they're out of exothermic charges. Great setup for UTD Green, but they're still a man down.
I'm talking about real sports time. You're gonna scare the esports viewers. They don't know. Earthquake. Wing Tassar didn't know either, because Earthquake just gave the old Viking crew cut as he stepped through the door of the garage. I don't know if they thought that was undefended or not, but it certainly was. Unstoppable's on a triple, though. Trying to make it happen. Plucks the Nitro Cell out of midair. But can the MP7 of To Kill a Fiend answer back? And can. Unstoppable on the quad, going for the ace for match point. And it's the hero of last round. Brian, does the luck hold here for the Malusi? MP5 in hand. Only defender left. Two very dangerous attackers on the board. Couple of shots in right there. Can't secure the kill into Sun Tzu. The plant's going down. Brian rotates around the outside. Has to step into the dangerous gun of Unstoppable if they want to make it work. There's the little peach. He's an Unstoppable with the ace. Shuts down the entire Comet's side. Beautiful play from St. John's to make it happen.
He missed his nades and was like, yeah, I figured I'll just do it with the L8. Blocks away, takes just 5 straight kills, and does so about as cleanly as you can, especially considering the early engagements that just did not work for them. St. John's not able to open up the main CC breach, but apparently did not care. And at this point, St. John's looking so much better. Correction. At this point, Unstoppable looking so much better. Wait, hold up. We have played exactly as many rounds as we did in our previous map, and Unstoppable is 1 kill better than his KD of our last match.
Yep, exactly that. I mean, the kill.
He was 16-5. He's now 17-5.
They're doing great, actually, on the side across the board. Unstoppable has got a good amount of kills. You got Magic Comic in there, and then Wing Tassar is in there as well, 10-5. So, I mean, they've all been getting in on the action. And again, it was one of those round losses that it felt much like the previous map, where you get the feeling that UTD is doing a lot of the right stuff. Like, they're holding the bandit trick together, they're making some good calls, and then it's just kind of denied. Like, Unstoppable is just too good. He's living up to the name, just walking through and wrecking things. And what can the members of UTD Green do? It's the raid boss moment.
I feel like Unstoppable is just that final boss that you have to surpass.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like, at least.
You want to catch him on, like, a Capkin trap or something stupid, so you don't have to take him in the gunfight. But it's just not working out. Anyway, Cherry Blossom, they notice the drone, so they can kind of fall back here, time, and I guess provide a bit of a stiff defense. I mean, we're in no mistakes territory right now. Skelly P, he's the top fragger here for the UTD green side. They're going to need some big plays from the smoke if they want to keep this alive.
Unstoppable looking to pressure down below already. Information's there. Shots are as well. Only body shots, though, so by no means is this already open in their favor. Nade being prepped. They want to try and take that bandit out. Third time's the charm. He downs him. It is third time's the charm here for Unstoppable, but it's only a DBNO, not a full kill. That communication won't be there because they do not know if To Kill a Feed is dead, and he's not. He's picked right back up, bandit battery put right back down, and they're still looking to pressure this through. There's the exothermic charge. There's the bandit trick again. 4 for 4 for To Kill a Feed.
What a champion right there from To Kill a Feed. DBNO picked back up, jumps right on the bandit trick. Deny, deny, deny. Love to see it. So well done right there. And that's gotta be annoying here for Unstoppable. Oh, never mind. He gets some justifiable revenge. Can he get another frag grenade kill in? He can't. He's 18-5 now on the board, but he is potentially walking right into the gun sights of Skelly P, who is just hovering, looking down that stairwell. Be careful challenging those angles, Skelly, my dude, because I just don't know. I don't know if I'd really. I don't know if I'd bite that off. I don't know if you could win that one.
I would not recommend it. This is a nasty angle played by Earthquake, by the way. Very low likelihood of winning this fight if you're on the attacking side, unless, of course, you drop the Kiba barrier and you have Unstoppable on your team. Combine those two premises, and your conclusion is a fight victory for St. John's. Down to a 3 versus 3. Brian looking for a hero flank again. The problem is they have to make an abundance of noise if they want to do so, and Cherry Blossom is down. Unstoppable finds another. Looking for a third. Will not find it as they swing towards the CC window. But the diffuser is still being planted, and there's no utility to take care of this. That Toxic Babe well too late. They will get the diffuser down without much restriction on that defensive side, but they will retrieve their teammate, he says, as he's downed anyway. It's finished off. Unstoppable reaches 20 kills. It's a full house of frags between Unstoppable and the Magic Comic, and St. John's walk away with a 7-3 club victory and a 2-0 series victory.
And a well-deserved MPP right there for Unstoppable. And this is what I was saying, time, when we were starting this match. I said St. John's last week, they showed some real fight. They were a good team. That scoreline was not indicative of how well they played, and you saw it on display here tonight. I mean, with a player like Unstoppable on side, right, you just need the other pieces to sort of be able to support the killing potential that he's bringing, and you can pull off victories like this. That's not to take any shine off of UTD. The Comets, they tried their best. They played some things very well, but they just were never able to match. I think their opponents in terms of raw gun skill.
And St. John's will now equal things up. They go from 1-4 to 2-4. UTD will go from 2-3 to 2-4. So dead even in terms of those. And then SIUE Red, who was in between them, is now in that same conversation as well. You're looking at a pretty tight-knit back half of Challengers Central. So
right.
I'd say you're looking at some pretty good competition down the line. There's still a few weeks left of play. Finals, of course, don't happen for another 5 weeks. I don't think playoffs happen for another 2. So looking pretty good towards the latter stages of the season.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some fights in that lower side of the table, and I think that there's a lot of elasticity in this division time. I think there's a lot of openings for teams to move up still. When you look at those overall scores, nobody has really run away with it except for the very number one spot. Nobody in that division has really taken it to the house. So with time to play, if you're a team like St. John's, you're trying to build your comeback up a little bit. Nothing to be taking the shine off of right there. Good night for them.
Well, speaking of good night to St. John's. They will close things out 7-2 and 7-3 between Oregon and Clubhouse, respectively. Unstoppable just casually drops 36 kills between 19 rounds because, why not, I guess? Closing things out fairly cleanly for the St. John's side. UTD Comets are taken care of. They gain 5 rounds between 2 maps of play, and that'll conclude things here in the Week 7 of Rainbow Six Siege play here in the NECC. But don't forget, we still have significantly more play throughout the rest of the week. Still Rocket League and Overwatch to come. alongside another game, League of Legends. That's tomorrow. League of Legends.
Oh, yeah,
Wednesday,
that one.
Overwatch. Yeah, I don't.
The world's
cast it,
biggest
so-
esport. That one.
Sorry, I've never heard of it. League of Legends tomorrow, Overwatch Thursday, Rocket League Friday, then we rinse and repeat for the final week of play, all next week, before, of course, playoffs and anybody's recognition of religious holidays kick through. We'll see you next week, and of course, we'll see you tomorrow for the world's biggest esport, as Corbeck ever so eloquently put it. We'll see you tomorrow.